For day 2, we'll be embedding performance discipline by ensuring SOPs and governance frameworks are not just discussed, but actively applied. Driving sustainable reforms via consolidating the lessons from leadership reflections into actionable reforms that endure. Team alignment and execution by moving beyond alignment in principle to alignment in practice, where every department and unit contributes to measurable outcome. Board and management synergy, deepening collaboration between leadership tiers to ensure reforms are not only endorsed but effectively implemented. Closing notes. Day 2 is about commitment and consolidation. We have reflected, we have aligned, and now we must act. Let us approach today with the same energy and openness as yesterday, but with a sharper focus on embedding reforms and driving sustainable performance. Together, we are shaping a stronger, more disciplined, and more impactful NDDC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okoko Nakwa. And now, the NDDC is drifting from the old ways of doing things to a more current way of doing things, hence the automation processes. People have asked questions of if they are going to be redundant or not. Well, we have the people who will show us if we are going to be redundant, but I don't think we will be redundant. I believe that we will transit with the times, with evolving realities. And so for the automation, I'd like to invite Oluwadara John, the project manager, Brisk Man Limited, to do the automation. He was to do that yesterday, but he's here now. We're fresh, it's in the morning, and it's the best time for us to accept the information that he has for us. Let's put our hands together for automation, please. Oluwadara John.
Good morning, Managing Director. Permit me to stand on all existing protocols. Media, please, can we have the slides? Thank you. The Niger Delta Development Commission is entering a new era, an era of speed, transparency, and accountability. Today, we are proud to introduce the NDDC Digital Transformation, a landmark initiative to build a fully digital, paperless commission. Today, we are proud to introduce the NDDC Digital Transformation, a landmark initiative to build a fully digital, paperless commission for the future of the Niger Delta. Today we embrace a new vision, a fully digital NDDC, where every action is defined by transparency, with every request tracked and logged, where we operate with speed, turning weeks into hours, and where accountability is built into every workflow, a complete digital trail for automation, for every decision. For years, our work has been anchored in paper, memos, reports, and approvals. Moving from desk to desk, this has led to inevitable delays, misplaced documents, and a lack of real-time visibility into our most critical processes. These are not just operational hurdles, they are barriers to our mission. The vision is powered by the NDDC Automation Project. Built on 3 integrated pillars: the Connect Hub, the e-memo portal, and the electronic data management system. At the heart of those integrated pillars at the heart of this very vision, Connect Hub is now live at connect.nddc.gov.ng. The Commission's official gateway. Every proposal, every report, every request, and piece of feedback can now be submitted digitally and securely, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Every submission is tracked, timestamped, and processed transparently. Working alongside the Connect Hub is the e-memo portal, which handles the internal workflows and approvals, and they are all managed electronically. Also, we have the electronic data management system, which is a secure digital archive where every document is stored and instantly retrievable within seconds. To give us a closer look into other details of what we have, I would like to call on my colleague, Fuhad Tayosuber, to give us a closer look on the e-memo portal.
Good morning, everyone. Handing on the existing protocol. So as my colleague here has stated, right, the Connect Hub is the external facing platform where all requests comes in, right, from, say, contractors, from vendors, from people in the community that needs to drop off things for the commission, right? So what you can see on your screen here is an admin dashboard that shows you a list of all the submissions that has come in, right? Which is going to go to an help desk that would help facilitate the movement of this request to the right or appropriate channel, right? So as you can see here, that says action 1, it says forward to department. So we understand that you're not seeing. We understand that. Sorry, can you zoom in a bit? So we understand that the help desk would not be the ones to treat most of these requests, right? So we have given them the power to send it to the right channels, right? So on this, you say a forward to departments, and on the next screen there, they're able to select the directorate or department responsible for this particular request, right? And once they do that, it goes straight to the directorates that has that to act on it, right? So on the next screen here is this. Yeah, on the next screen here is the details page that the directorates who has received this would see, right? And on this first page is split into two. The first one is the submitter's information, right? Because the person who is submitting would have given us their information to say that, oh, this is my name, this is my email address where you can contact me. Description and supporting document that the person must have submitted, right? And once this is received, the directorate who has received this has, the responsibility to either treat this internally or forward either upwards, downwards, or sideways. And what I mean by that is you could either forward to, for example, the MD's office for official treatment, or the EDFA's office and the likes, right? Or you could forward sideways to other directorates or departments, or you could forward, forward it downwards to sub-units in your directorate, right? As the case may be. Now, next. Now, on this is the e-memo platform where, is the approvals and memo movement, file movement really happened, right? So what you can see here is a list of memos or requests that must have come in, right? So on this second one here, you're seeing a basic overview that says, oh, the project name, the file number, which I assume we have a very good template for. We have the project value, the category it is, and the date it was created, and which directorate actually did initiate this, right? What you would see here is status that says critical or active, and what we've done with that is to help us be more efficient in the sense that it's an SLA status that signifies if a particular file has stayed too long on your table that needs to be actioned upon, right? So once you see that says active means, again, it's still within the stated SLA time frame for you to treat it, right? And once you see critical, it means this has spanned beyond the configured or agreed timeline, and you need to act on it because we would be sending reminders and escalations as the case may be, right? So moving on, this is a closer look of what the memo part of this would typically look like, right? So what you can see in this first part of the screen is the upper part is speaking to the project summary and the actions you can take on a memo. You can, I'm not sure this is clear enough, but you can approve and sign. You can return. You can also decline a memo as the case may be because, again, it's in your, it's how you prefer to handle it, right? And you can also see the project summaries as the case may be. Now, on the document view, we have a templated memo where, again, it's as identical as a physical copy could be, right? And, it just says, it has a description of what the typical memo also looks like. And on the side, you're also seeing supporting documents, which has, how project files will typically move with other documents like the BMS, the BOQs, the valuations, and other stuff. So you're able to see those things on the supporting document side of this platform and, just action against them, like view, maybe download, or wherever the case may be, right? And probably the most important part of this whole memo platform would be this third section, right? That says the approval history and comment. So you're able to, when a memo lands on your table, right, you're able to see the trail at which it had come, right? So from the first person who had initiated, you could see who approved it and what comments the person had made, right? Which again is speaking to the approval history part of this. So again, you're able to see what the MD has approved, so you know that yes, you can approve or maybe decide to, do what you have to do. And also on the, sorry, 1 second. Also on the other hand, we have comments that could have been passed within the directorates or within officers to each other. So we're able to see all those things on the e-memo platform also, right? And lastly would be this, right? We understand that we are not expected to keep looking at the products every single time to say, oh, what has come in, what has not come in, do I have an action item or not? So what we've decided to do, or the best case here, was to trigger an email notification to you in your device or wherever you signed in on that, oh, this particular memo has now been sent and it's now pending your own action, right? As again, it says here, pending technical assistance review, right? And the person knows that, again, this is the summary of this, and the person can, from here, redirect to test all of this. So I think you have, basically, so that is the overview of how it works from the Connect Hub, which is the external platform, to the e-memo platform where you're able to do approvals and workflows, make it move from one file and from one office to the other, and you're also able to see a log of activities that happened on each files. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fuhad. Yeah. Okay. Yes, we've seen how the e-memo platform works. We've seen the Connect Hub, which is like the gateway through which we receive information from external bodies. We know that it comes from probably the gate. Those who want to send anything to the MD, to any directorate, they can always leverage the Connect Hub, which is now live. now we look at what this means for you. What it means for us is that this transformation is about making your work easier. It's about no longer having to walk from offices to offices, carrying files, searching through cabinets to retrieve previous documents. With this new system, as my colleague has shown us, weeks have been ongoing. We've visited the states. Visited the states. So we understand the criticality of this, and we know that it's a journey. That's why we've embraced this approach. Yeah, where we stand today, our journey is already 65% complete. We've completed all our discovery and requirement gatherings. We've done a lot of technical validation. We are currently automating and working on the core workflow implementation, which involves the project and program lifecycle. And we're also doing system integrations across board for any system that interacts within this lifecycle. We are already working on that. And after that, we'll have the more UAT sessions, whereby we'll interact with members of the commission, staff members of the commission, and we get to train you, let you interact with the system, see how it works, have a good understanding of it, and any question you have, at that moment, any concern you have, you can always raise it at that point in time. Then afterwards, we'll have our phased go live, and our target is the 30th of March, 2026. Now, this is more than just a technology upgrade. It is our commitment to build a smarter, faster, and more responsive commission. The NDDC of the future starts now. One commission, one workload, fully digital. And it starts with each of us. Let's embrace this change. Let's attend our trainings. Let's ask questions. And together, we can build the NDDC of the future. One commission, one workflow, fully digital. Thank you very much. So at this point, please, if you have any question, we can take them now. Okay, ma'am.
Sorry, my name is Dr. Selina Danalbat. I'd like to understand the sequence with which you intend to handle the e-memo, corporate affairs, part of corporate affairs. I'm asking this question because I only hear approvals. What if a workflow comes, a file comes, and there's a query on it? Does your solution actually capture that as well, or just approvals? I need that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, our system handles that. We have, like my colleague mentioned, we have, there are a couple of buttons. We have the approve, we have the review, we have the return, and we have the decline. The return, if there's a query on any particular supporting documents that has been included in that file, you can always return it with a comment to the respective directorate or department, informing them of what to do. So all this will be part of the training when we are onboarding everyone. Does that answer your question, ma'am? Thank you very much. Any other question?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Mrs. Awele Chukwudifu. My question is, in a digital environment we find ourselves today, data is money. How do you guarantee the protection and preservation of our data when we need to do this? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the question. Yes, with regards to data protection, I mentioned earlier about an electronic data management system. Now, that system is a secure system that is built within the most secure platform that we have, Azure. So it is all with all issues with security, data security, loss of data has been taken into consideration while building this platform. We didn't just build this platform on a low. We understand the importance and integrity of the data within the commission. So we built it on a very secure platform. Thanks. Sir.
Good morning, MD. Good morning, EDFA. Good morning, everyone. I want to find how robust their platform is to be able to interface with other government platforms. For instance, I work in procurement, and we have regulatory oversight. The Bureau of Public Procurement will need to see what we're doing. So will their platform be able to be flexible to allow them plug in anytime they want to look at what we're doing? And again, the services you are using, is it such that other agencies can access it?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Director. Yes, like I mentioned earlier, that we are currently even working on several integrations. We are looking for the finance directorates that leverages Remita and Sage. We are already working on that. And even the custom applications within that have been developed within the other directorates, we are already looking to integrate with those those applications. So yes, those applications, we can integrate with those applications.
No, sir, that's not my question. What I'm asking is your platform flexible to be able to allow other platforms access it? That's to interact with it. That's my question. Because if you provide a platform and there's another platform somewhere else, can those platforms integrate each other if one wants to access the other? That's my question, not the software.
Yes, sir. You want to take it?
Good morning, MD. Good morning, EDFA. All protocols duly observed. Thank you very much for your question, Director. My name is Mitchell. I also work with Briskman. I'm their colleague. So I'll answer your robust questions on data and integration. So this is 2026. I do not believe there's any platform built today that doesn't have consideration for a
public view. You know, this hacking, you know, what is the security that you have provided? Where have you done this before? You know, in procurement, we usually, before you are given a job, you tell us where you have done this work before. Give us comfort on this, you know, and what my colleague earlier said, you know, when we are talking about interaction, it's not something we are joking about. We don't want to, you say we won't carry files. We don't want to carry files to Abuja. We want to interact with Abuja online, real time, under a secure network. If you have done this with other organizations or you are partner with other organizations, let us know so that we are comfortable that internally our local network is okay. Then externally, you are regulated by maybe NCC or your, I don't know, your regulatory body for data and other things. Where you are storing your data, is it in the clouds? Is it a secure network by CIA, FBI, or is just an EDM? We want to know those things. So please talk robustly about the security of our data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think that's a very wonderful question, and it's a very serious concern that comes up most times. So I would say that for data, we have the NDPRA certification. That's NDPC, Nigeria Data Protection Commission. We have a data protection officer in-house. But for how the data even works is we have a very good relationship with the IT department of your commission. So all that is structured within the infrastructure that already exists, right? So we ensure that all that information is stored and properly secure. So we have a very robust approach towards how this data is properly structured. And that was also considered during our engineering and development, which is why, the whole team that was set up, and we have that relationship with the IT department to ensure that this is done. As regards for where we've done it before, we've had several integrations. We've built several platforms, data management platforms, gaming solutions, different solutions across the nation. But all that, in terms of particulars, was submitted during the procurement process. So I think that pretty much covers all of that. Please go ahead.
On MDC or EDFA, or protocols duly observed. Your presentation, you made reference to a help desk.
Yes.
That will receive every submissions and decide where to send them. Now, I'm aware that some documents, is supposed to be as need-to-know basis. Some document may be confidential. There may be document going to our executive management, which I am not supposed to know the content. Now, I don't know, how is that help desk configured? Or is it that the help desk, and where is the help desk located? If this is a desk that will see every document that comes in, for the help desk to know where to send the document, it means that it must have gone through the content to know that it's supposed to come to me or go to the MD. So please, can you speak on that?
Okay, very wonderful question. So I would like everyone to see this platform not as something we are building, but rather as something that we all own. We can easily use AI to automatically, read through or skim through a document and route it to the relevant party if it is a confidential document. We can provide a secure channel for confidential documents to be sent, which is not through the general help desk, which goes directly to a specific table or a specific seat. These are things or process engineering that will come up as a result of us implementing the platform or going live. So I just want us to have that in our mindset, that this is NDDC of the future. We are external parties who are coming in to help usher in this new change, but then we also need your help to ensure that we have all the information that we need, and we also have the best optimal system that has everything all catered for. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. The EDFA wants to ask a question.
Good morning, Managing Director, members of management here present. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My question is in threefold. One, I think you did not answer the question from Mr. Lagwa, where he said, which government department have you implemented this program? Let's have an idea if you have before, or perhaps NDDC is the first. That's one. Two, we all know that IT projects like this is strictly internet-based. So what is the network that you're relying on? And has it been installed in NDDC? We don't want a situation where when we start, you will always hear of there's no network. We cannot send files. We cannot do this. The network is down. You know the stories that come up with all of this. That's the second one. And then the final question is, you talked about onboarding every department, every officer of the NDDC. When is that going to commence? I heard you say something about end of March. Is that when it's going to commence, or is that when it's going to, everybody will fully be on board? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so for the first question, so I would say that it is a nationwide charge where almost all the parastatals are actually going through this digital transformation. I'm not sure there's any parastatal that can say that they are completely digital. So we do not have, that we cannot say that we've implemented any fully digital. We have a couple of projects ongoing, just like NDDC. We have with Agege local government in Lagos. We have a couple of others as well. But I don't think there's any parastatal at the moment that can boast of full digitization. So that's something that is not covered. Then on your question regarding the internet, I think I'm happy to say that the IT department led by Engineer Emeka has been able to resolve that, aching problem that's existed for a while. So right now, the internet provision is currently active at the headquarters. We're looking at other state offices as well to ensure that there's a full and seamless transition into the digital era for NDDC. And what's the final question? Onboarding, yes, wonderful. So for the onboarding, what we've done is we've taken it in different waves, because we know that if we just bring a platform and we say, this is the new platform, you're going to cut off on this day, there's going to be chaos, right? So we've taken it in different folds, in different waves, and the first wave has already started, which is the change management wave. Some of our colleagues have been around all the state offices to intimate them of what is coming ahead of what is going to come. So our forerunner, so to speak. And what we are trying to do is to put everybody in that mindset that change is indeed coming. And our 31st deadline is not to say everything stops at that point. We are working hand in hand with all the relevant stakeholders to ensure that by the 31st, it is go live readiness, which means that we are ready to go live. At that point, we can say that maybe we have a few stakeholders that are already onboarded. We've done a few POCs across all the directorates or departments, and then we are ready to start rolling out fully at that point. So we will have a revised go live roadmap that speaks to every win or every milestone that we're going to cross all through the year, because this is a continuous thing, it's an ongoing thing. There's going to be new changes, there's going to be new updates and things like that. So to answer your question, 31st is go live readiness, means that we are ready to roll out. We've done some POCs and we are ready to take it to the next level. Thank you very much, EDFA, for that question.
MDC, EDFA, my name is Engineer Pere. I want to ask one question. To accommodate all what we have done before today, backdating and all the stuff that today
they are currently scanning and trying to digitize all those files and bring it into the system so that you can easily search, and that speaks to the document management system. You can easily search and find those files. So all this has been considered. So 100%, at that point when we want to go live or when we are ready to go live, you will be able to upload your old documents with all those considerations put in place. Thank you very much.
Good morning, MD. Good morning, EDFA. My name is Barrister Godi from ADRO Department. NDDC is an intervention agency. There are some urgent message from Abuja. Maybe the Abuja on the neck of MD or EDFA. MD might just call, say, Barrister SYZ or Perewe, I want this thing now because of Abuja. How do we navigate through this kind of urgent message, through this your process of digitalization? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That question is very, very apt because it speaks to the flexibility that the current system affords you and then the proposed restrictions that this new system may have. So it also means that during the stage of implementation, we have to be smart about it, right? There's something we call priority, which is like the urgency status. You can put normal, you can put priority, and the rest. So the way we are thinking about it is priority should have a shorter workflow than other memos, but that means there has to be justification and there has to be extraordinary approval for priority to go through. So that's the way we are thinking about it. But during implementation, we'll have to properly define what the SLA status of that priority will look like, what the priority workflow would also look like, and these are conversations that are currently ongoing within each directorate, within each department. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. There's someone else wants to ask a question? I think my time is up. Thank you very much for the audience. We'll be in your offices, and we'll also disperse the presentation just in case you want to see it. We're aware that you were not able to see some of the screens, so it will be sent to everybody's email. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Yes, you can also come to us for your private questions. Oh, okay. Engineer. Please give Engineer Emeka a mic, Director IT.
Good day, MD, EDFA, directors here present. I want to clarify the issue of internet that the EDFA raised. I'm glad to inform you all that the MDCAO has graciously approved the deployment of the best internet ever that we can ever have. Today, we have 1,000 Mbps of internet data. It's working, sir. It's working. It has been deployed. So we don't just have internet, we have redundancy. We have both fiber and radio internet. Now, in the next couple of weeks, the engineers are going around all the state offices to ensure alignment with the head office. I'm talking about internet. So we have the MPLS, and the broadband of the internet is good enough to accommodate video, data, audio, and everything. So the wide area network, all those things are going to be put in place the next couple of weeks. So the issue of internet is sorted out, at least for the next 2 years. We will not have any interruption of internet for the next 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Moving the NDDC to fully digital, eliminating operational hurdles, building a paper-free future for the Niger Delta. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Oluwadara John, Project Manager, Briskman Limited, and his team for the insightful presentation. One thing that is synonymous with public service and processing documents is the word bureaucratic bottleneck. So you will agree with me that the automation is a welcome development, especially with the e-memo platform to promote authenticity, accountability, efficiency, and effective seamless tracking of files in the public service and in the NDDC in particular. While this presentation was on, we had the presence of the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, a seasoned financial expert and principled administrator rooted in due process and the rule of law, Alabo Honorable Boma Iyaye, Esquire, Distinguished Service Star of River State. You're welcome, sir. With leave from the MDCEO, I'd like to invite every one of us to please be on our feet as we wish the Director, Imo State Office, Barrister Patrick Obayelu, a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless 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 you. Happy birthday, sir. And we wish you many, many more years ahead. Please, you may be seated. For day 2, we have the session 5, strategic presentation. I'd like to respectfully invite on stage 2 gentlemen who have distinguished themselves in the area of regional development. Please let's have on stage Atei Beredugo and Steve Onerime. Please put your hands together for them as they come on stage. They will be making a presentation on repositioning the NDDC through the Niger Delta Regional Development Master Plan. And the focus areas are overview of the revised Niger Delta Regional Development Master Plan, strategic priorities and development pathways, aligning board and management actions with the master plan, and then using the master plan as a tool for measurable impact in 2026. I will go ahead now to read the citation of Atei Beredugo. Atei Beredugo, a seasoned development economist with extensive cross-sector experience spanning banking and financial services, public sector transformation, and digital innovation. His career reflects a strong blend of strategic planning expertise, policy advisory leadership, and technology-driven problem solving. He previously served as a head of strategic planning of a leading Nigerian bank, where he drove enterprise-wide performance and growth initiatives. He also made history as the pioneer director of planning at the Niger Delta Development Commission, laying the institutional foundation for structured development programming and results-based planning. At the state level, he served as a head of the advisory team to the government of Bayelsa State, providing strategic guidance on governance and development priorities. Atei is the founder of Pointograph, an innovative mobile location intelligence application, and currently consults on socioeconomic development strategy and planning, supporting institutions in designing data-driven, sustainable growth frameworks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our first presenter for today, Atei Beredugo. Please let's put our hands together for him. And then I'll go ahead to read the citation of Mr. Steve Onerime. Stephen Onerime is a seasoned electronics engineer and technology strategist with over 40 years of experience spanning engineering, software development, management consulting, and tech entrepreneurship. He has led technology-driven transformations across private and public sector institutions. With expertise in fintech platforms, quantitative analytics, market research tools, agri-tech, gov-tech, and no-code AI solutions. Founder of Approver, he is pioneering Africa's first AI software factory to accelerate digital transformation across the continent. Since 2001, he has played key roles in public sector master planning and digital reform initiatives, bringing strong governance, project management discipline, and the ability to simplify complexity for sustainable outcomes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our co-presenter for today, Stephen Onerime. Please put your hands together for him.
Good morning, Managing Director, NDDC, Executive Director, Directors and distinguished leaders of the Commission. I want to say a very big thank you for this opportunity to interact with you and identify optimal pathways to reposition and drive the Commission forward. And we greatly appreciate all that the Commission is doing already. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Okay, that's overview of what we are going to be presenting to address the various subtopics that we have been given to deal with in this presentation. We want to begin with some introductory remarks. And here we want to highlight the importance of this question of planning and repositioning for NDDC roles. Now, all over the world, transformation tends to start in very little spaces and then diffuse over much larger territories. So historically, for instance, in England, in Europe, we saw England starting the Industrial Revolution and then it diffused all over Europe. In Asia, it was tiny Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong and the rest. And then before India and the rest took it up. In the Middle East, we saw Dubai, which was even a subnational territory. It's not a nation. It's just a state or a region. Transformation started and then it rapidly diffused across the rest. Yesterday, as if he saw our presentation, Dr. Dada was saying the Niger Delta represents our own Dubai. So you will all agree that if the Niger Delta is transformed very rapidly, we will see transformation in Nigeria. I'm sure most of us will agree. And if Nigeria is transformed very rapidly, we will see changes all across Africa. So typically, just like big doors are opened by very tiny keys, the Niger Delta represents the key that can unlock all of the African continent. So sitting right here, we believe are people who can reshape the future, not only of a segment of Nigeria, but from that segment, reshape the future of 1.5 billion Africans. So it's a very vital conversation we're having on a commission that is of tremendous importance in a pivotal region. Now, this question of planning is not only a statutory function, but it's also a function for which NDDC is uniquely positioned, planning for the region. We look at the NDDC Act. It directs NDDCs to conceive, plan, and implement programs for the development of the region. It mandates NDDC to have the region surveyed to ascertain measures and to prepare master plans. So it's statutory, but not just statutory, it's also a function for which NDDC is uniquely positioned. The federal government has a broad span of concern. The states have limited jurisdiction, so also the new regional development commissions limited, but only NDDC has that jurisdiction across all of the Niger Delta states and the oil producing areas. So it's uniquely positioned to perform it. And whenever any function is critical or unique to any organism or organization, it becomes very, very important. Anything that is peculiar to any organism or organization becomes very, very important. If it does other things, they may provide some attraction, they may provide some fascination, they may provide even some applause, but they could also constrain other parts, may not provide lasting effectiveness, and may suboptimize the whole. But when any organization undertakes the functions for which it is uniquely endowed or positioned or mandated, it improves effectiveness, improves productivity, makes for high productivity. It optimizes the whole, and then it makes for lasting relevance and significance. It's very important to the question of repositioning as a regional leader, as a coordinator, because this is one thing that NDDC can do that no other organization can do well. Planning for the region, providing guidance where the region should go per time. Very, very important. Again, the importance is heightened by, the moment we're in. NDC just went through a 25-year cycle and is beginning a new 25-year cycle towards its 50th year. Very strategic moment to be considering a subject like this. Again, we're seeing very significant trends, oil and gas, in the global oil and gas market, in technology substitutes. The rest of the world is beginning to find substitutes to labor in many areas. And, since NDDC was created, below NDDC, host coms have been created. Around NDDC, new regional development commissions have been created. Even the Ministry of Regional Development was not there when NDDC was created. So all of these shifts are happening. It's a very good and important time to look at this matter and, take a clear position. So we're saying to reposition NDDC regarding this matter of planning and optimize effectiveness and impact, NDDC needs to institutionalize planning. We know that every year a budget needs to be prepared. Do we know and have established also cycles for planning? Through the history of NDDC to date, every plan that has been made has had some external stimulus. It's just recalling history so that NDDC can note this and then institutionalize it itself. Every plan that has been made has had some external stimulus. The first plan was already a company, and I think an oil company and the federal government were already doing some things. Then NDC was created and they transferred the process. And it was, going through a whole lot of challenges. Later, it was sorted out and then done quickly. This time around, the federal government called NDDC, where we, in 90 days, get a harmonized plan for the region. Now, NDDC needs to move back and institutionalize the process that every 10 years or 5 years or 15 years, we're going to plan for the region, institutionalize it, plug it into the SOPs that we talked about, and then undertake this process. And the most effective plans tend to look long and then cascade to shorter planning cycles. Like the Chinese, it is reported that they have planned for 100 years and have been implementing in cycles. In Lagos State, they have done a plan for up to 2052, trying to make Lagos a Africa's model mega city. Abia State, of course, has already started to plan 25 years. So these sort of things need to be taken into consideration, and NDDC institutionalize the process. And to do this effectively, NDDC, and then part-time, we establish goals. Within this overall overarching vision, we can now say, in this first phase, we are working to end poverty in the region. Why? This is in line with the SDGs, SDG 1 and SDG 2, end poverty, end hunger. These are ways that NDC can rally the whole region and be a regional leader in charting a direction for the rest of the region and assuming that leadership role in terms of how and, So we're also recommending that in terms of repositioning, NDDC also has to be at the fore of implementation. For instance, the first plan, just recalling history, the plan was done, but implementation was not being very consistent and effective. In the process, ministry started to do its own action plan, and various other plans started to emerge. NDC needs to be at the fore in undertaking this repositioning so that it becomes an effective regional leader in coordinating. So it's not only should plan and institutionalize planning, but vigorously and visibly implement these plans and let the region take a cue from what NDDC is doing. We believe, we heard in Zelo also mention something in this regard yesterday. Anything else? Okay. Sorry. Is somebody moving? Okay, so we're recommending that NDDC needs to commence the implementation of the new plan now, and commence immediately to reposition the region, like anybody working with Imi Alibe in those days will readily recall. He continually said delay is dangerous. So we're recommending that. Now, against that background, coming to the regional development strategy, the harmonized plan that has been developed. The plan looks at the development of the region and recommends focused action across 7 key areas, which we call the 7 pillars. And the central pillar is the pillar of governance. From all assessments, all appraisals across developing nations, governance is critical to the development process. We get governance right, a whole lot of other things fall properly into place. So governance is critical. And then finance, security law, and other are other key enablers that will facilitate the development process. And then we have the drivers, the economy, human capital development, and of course, a sustainability factor, the area of environment. Within these pillars, there are sectors. Within each pillar, there are sectors. So if we take the area of economic development, you have oil and gas, solid minerals, ICT, MSMEs, and other sectors in each of these areas. So we'll not elaborate on all of those for lack of time. Social area, we have education, healthcare. So, as has been said, there are 7 pillars. Now, these pillars are interrelated. As we have said, governance, the World Bank has data that just improving governance can register a 4-fold increase in per capita GDP. This, and reduction in infant mortality. Then there are the enabling factors that we have mentioned, the enablers. And then there are sustainability factors. And then there are the growth drivers that actually produce the desired outcome, like growth, poverty reduction, jobs, and the rest. So due attention to all of them, not just one or the other, but attention to all of them. They're like wheels that work together. So each of them moving will produce the optimal results that we desire as a region. Overall, then, the plan presents a harmonized framework for stakeholders to work together in advancing development of the region. It provides for a monitoring and evaluation framework. Monitoring and evaluation was one area that was not done effectively in the first plan. And so we've taken cognizance of that and established a strong or recommended a strong monitoring and evaluation framework that needs to be acted upon very quickly. We've recommended a joint work planning and collaboration framework, which we call the Development Coordination and Collaboration Group, bringing states, oil companies, and NDC together from time to time to look at where we stand, what we need to do. We recommended that. And we also think that a vehicle will be necessary because of the partnering initiatives that will be important to drive the whole implementation. A common vehicle will be necessary to partner with other stakeholders, private sector and the states in implementing some aspects of the plan. And then we also recommend a funding mechanism so that funds were not limited to statutory receipts or even oil company funds in implementing the plan, but even global resources can be pulled in to accelerate implementation of plans. So the Niger Delta Development Bank, creation of a Niger Delta Development Bank is recommended. And then to facilitate implementation of the plan, we take the overall strategy and do field work, assess baseline conditions, actual conditions in the states today, and develop state-specific plans as well. And then a whole lot of communication will be necessary to rally stakeholders, communicate what is going on, and ensure effective implementation. Okay, so at this point, we'll take some detailed strategies for some of the sectors, and then we will conclude from there. So let me invite my colleague Steve to highlight details for some of the strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Atai. Thank you, MD, ED, fellow directors, standard and existing protocols. So Atay has introduced the basic concept of the master plan, which is based around 7 pillars that put the 21 sectors into focus, and some of the guidelines that have been proposed to help with the implementation, taking into account the lessons that we learned from the past 20 years when the prior plan could not be implemented. So what we want to do now is to show you a preview of what we will get when we go to the field to capture data. Because what we have right now is what we call the strategy. How did we get that? We looked at existing plans, action plans, CSRO plans, other things, BRASED. We then did some desktop research to say, okay, in agric, in education, in healthcare, what are the current challenges right now? And based on all of that information, we're able to then come up with an understanding of the challenges, an understanding of the opportunities in each sector, and then some strategic activities that can be recommended to resolve those issues within those sectors. But of course, to turn this into a plan, you got to be specific. You got to say, in this location, they have this healthcare or this education or this, housing problem. This is what we're going to do specifically. So we can then take those strategies that are generic and then particularize them. So what we're going to do now is just look at some of these strategies and how they work. So there's several of them we will look at. So first, what we'll see in the document is something like this. We're looking at the sector, economic development, which is one of the pillars. We have oil and gas, solid minerals, and so on as sectors within it. Now, for oil and gas, we have a goal. So all sectors have a goal, a target that you're trying to achieve. And then based on that, we have, this stuff is a bit jumpy. Okay. Sorry, this thing is a bit jumpy. All right. So we talked about the opportunities, because within each sector, there are challenges. Challenges that have not been fixed for 40, 50, 60 years. So what we did is to try and atomize them. So for instance, in oil and gas, we actually have a lot of gas, and we're not doing much with that gas. We need to do stuff. That's already happening. There's a lot of oil wells that are abandoned that need to be looked at. The refineries are not working. Energy transition is going on. There are a lot of investment opportunities that need to be taken advantage of. LNG, LPG, these are all opportunities, and petrochemicals. So these are opportunities within the sector. Now, there are some policy recommendations about what we can do about that. Strengthen security around oil installations, deal with environmental issues, deal with ecological remediation, improve ease of doing business, improve conditions to attract investments, and make sure that local firms have capacity to partake in the industry. So a lot of this is already happening, but what we're saying is that you need to be more focused in how you do it, okay? And then these are strategic activities that address not just the policy recommendations and the challenges, but also the opportunities that have been identified within the sector. So that's the way the document is laid out. And so what you will find eventually is you'll see some narratives that will give you specific data about locations, whether it's a local government or a town, and then based on all of that information. So here are opportunities within agric. There's a lot going on. So here are opportunities within agric. There's a lot going on in agric. Why did we decide to highlight agric? Because 45 to 50% of your GDP is in agriculture. That's where you'll get the biggest impact. If you want to create jobs, you want to reduce the price of food for literally millions of people, then we start with agriculture. So the goals have been stated. There are a lot of things going on. Value chains need to be investigated. The continental shelf extension is creating a lot of opportunity with blue economy opportunities. We need to take advantage of that. We've got a lot of stuff, opportunities in production, whether it's mechanization, improving farming techniques. There's a lot of things we could do with land reforms in terms of policy recommendations, coordinating with the states and communities to make land more easily available and something that you can bank with, because that's one of the reasons why farmers are very poor. We need to look at how we can improve farmers' incomes so that we can attract new generation of farmers, new farmers. Average age of the farmers right now is 60 years old. Okay? We need extensive training of farmers and fishermen in new techniques. We need to create credits and insurance for them so that they can mitigate their risk. We also need to look at creating ministries of blue economies at the state levels to take advantage of the opportunities with the blue economy. So these are recommendations that we share with the states because they are the ones to implement these. Some of them, of course, NDDC will facilitate. So if we look at some of the strategic activities, for instance, farmland mapping, you need to know what land is available. Is it a flood zone? Is it plain? What can grow there? What are its characteristics? This is just the basic when you want to do agriculture at a large scale. We need to look at investments in agriculture, in mechanization and agricultural practices. How do you improve crop yield? So we go and do things like maize or potatoes. In other countries, they are getting yield that is times 10, times 20 of what we get here. How do they do that? We need to understand that, and we need to adopt some of those techniques here so we can improve the yield and improve the earning capacity of the farmers. And when you improve yield, what actually happens is that you have surplus in the market, the prices come down, and we will see that when we go shopping. So we need to turn agriculture into a business so that the younger generation can be involved and attracted into it. Because as we said earlier on, the older folk are dying out, and they're the ones who are doing agri. Post-harvest, investment management. This is a very big issue. So tomatoes, for instance, you bring the tomatoes in from the north. Let's say you have a truck. It costs 10 million naira of tomatoes to fill that truck. By the time it gets down south, half the crop is dead. The guy spent 10 million, half the crop is dead. Guess what he does? That half that is left, he will need to sell it at 20 million to recover the money from the lost one. So these are part of the reasons why our prices keep going up, because post-harvest losses are huge, especially for perishables. So we need to set up systems to close that loss down. And then develop agri-clusters and value chains. And the idea behind this is this. Farmers are very fragmented. They have small farm holds. And what we should do is to go to senatorial zones, create a cluster where we can have the agro-processing centers and all the tools that support them, and then we can then work with a wide variety of farmers to support them and give us the crops that we need. So how does this all work together? Let's quickly have a look at a case study. All right. So here, we're trying to show you how the new master plan will be communicated to stakeholders. Not lots of stories. We need to be a bit more pictorial and use, fewer words to get the concepts across. First one is that we need to do mapping. So we know what's there. What can you build, plant there? Maize is good here. Cassava is good there. Oranges are good there. That is something that is a PPP. Private sector will do that. NDDC doesn't necessarily have to do that, because all that information becomes monetizable information. Okay? Then infrastructure. You go to these senatorial zones and let us get land. Let's say 500 hectares, 1,000 hectares of land. So this is a kind of model. What we're saying is that in there, you need storage, you need agro-processing, you need accommodation for farmers, you need water treatment, because without water, you've got a problem. You need irrigation, especially for perishables. You need waste recycling so that we're not polluting the environment. We need training facilities so we can train the farmers. We need security. We cannot make investments in farming and then people come in with cows or other, disruptions to the investments that we're making. So we need farm marshal security. We need power. So we tap into the Light Up Niger Delta, activities and plug in solar units into these farms so that they can get renewable energy. So that's the basic concept. And then the supporting tools. So that's what government does, supporting things like extension services for assessing your farm, all right? For hiring tractors. You don't have to buy the tractors. The farmers can hire the tractors, a bit like an Uber service, okay? Periodic reviews of what you're doing in the farm. So you have agronomists who are external to you. As a farmer, you don't have the capacity to hire an agronomist, but we can hire the agronomist on demand, like an Uber, ordering something. The agronomist will come and tell you what you need to do for those particular crops and help you review, on an ongoing basis. And that's where your mobile phones come in, because with the mobile phones, you can take pictures and send them off to get reviews and updates. And then when it's time for harvest, you request for harvest support. So you don't have to do the harvest yourself. Professionals will come, harvest it, and then give you an idea of how much money you're going to make out of that. So request transportation to move the goods out of your farm. All of that is going to be done by your phone. Crop receipts. So when your crops are taken away from the farm, go to the center where they will clean it up, grade it, weigh it, and then they can say, okay, this thing that we got off you, it's worth 100,000 naira, it's worth 1 million naira. You get a receipt. That receipt can turn into money instantly. And what you're doing here is that you're trying to transfer value to the farmer rather than letting the middlemen take the value away, because that's one of the reasons why farmers are poor. Middlemen take away the value, okay? And then a whole bunch of reports and so on. So again, farmers need to be trained. We need to register the farms, verify the farms, and determine what crops are going to be grown and how they will be grown. That's what the agronomists will do. Then there are various service requests. We want a tractor. We need seeds. We need a harvest support. We got disease on the farm. We have information about weather and other things. So this is an integrated perspective and arrangement that supports the farmer in this region. We cannot be fed by other regions. We must feed ourselves and then export food to other people, both local and international. And then financing is a very, very key component of it all. Because without financing, you can't move forward. One of the reasons why farmers have problems with financing is that the banking community see too many risks. And this whole approach is about de-risking farming. Because you're going to the bank and you're saying, we've assessed the plots, we know what grows here, we know what the deficiencies are, the agronomist is going to compensate for the deficiencies, we're going to have yield like this, we can predict and get that yield. This farm can do 5 million naira every year. And then they're able to give some money to the farmer and give him some credits and him to get insurance to support what he's doing. But he can't do it on his own. We've got to have that ecosystem support, which the NDDC is in the best position to provide. So that's the general trend of how the master plan is going to work. As we go to the field and get data, we will then create case studies that encapsulate the whole ecosystem of solutions to address the opportunities and the challenges that are in that sector. And then we'll then take out the items and be very specific in locations, of course, modifying for each location's peculiarities. So one of the strategies we would like to just focus on is governance, because obviously we got to look about how does this impact NDDC. So we're going to look at governance, staffing, rule-based execution, and then, of course, your own reforms that you need to carry out. Thankfully, we've had conversations here, Mr. Anzelo, on the SOP, which is a very key part of the transformation process. We also had a presentation from BRICSMAC, which looked at the digital transformation. All of these, I might add, are integral to the master plan, because governance is a key part of the master plan, as Atai pointed out earlier on. So if we look at governance, key point is good governance actually saves you money and improves your efficiency and allows you to unlock value. So we have to do it so we can unlock the value. Some of the things we need to do is deal with legislation, e-government legislation at the state level. Of course, within the organization as NDDC, you've already got the policy, you're doing your digital transformation, so you're good. what we need to do is to get the states to adopt the recommendations that have been made. We then need to ensure that there's legislation at the state level that says we are digitizing our organizations. And of course, legislation that protects the information. So there were some very good conversations here regarding information security. That is a big, big problem. The last thing you want is to digitize and then somebody hacks into your system, holds your data to ransom, and tells you, send me 1,000 Bitcoin. In case you didn't know, one Bitcoin right now is probably $50,000. So by the time they ask you for 1,000 Bitcoins, you're in trouble. And you can't get your data back, or they put it in the public domain. So these are real risk that we do not trivialize. We must be very specific and know that they are done properly. Okay, so now let's look at some of the strategic activities. These are things you're already doing, okay? And we're glad that you're already in that direction. Commitment to ethics and rule of law. That's already happening. Stand-up is very important. So all of these things is very important. So all of these things are things you're already doing. This issue of development by contracting, you are now switching it to a results-oriented framework. That's what we're doing by doing this whole process, especially digital transformation, and looking at the way you budget. Okay? Staffing and skills. Staffing is very important. You've talked about the SOP. What you have to do is to look at training people on the SOP so that everyone knows exactly what is expected of them. And we also have to look at what are the things people are doing, where do we have the gaps, how do we close those gaps down. So those are all very important, outcomes. So a few more other things: GovTech platforms, budgets, results-based budgeting platforms, performance-based contracting. So this, we will see one or two things very shortly about that, because that's been a big area, a big gap within the organization. One other thing before we move on to the next thing: the balance sheets. NDDC is carrying a huge amount of load from the past. You have thousands of projects that have, that are not moving forward. A lot of classrooms, and buildings, those local stuff. A lot of them are, they are problematic. And trying to review them is probably even more problematic. You need to look at how to get them off your books, reduce the number of projects so it makes it easier for budgeting. Transfer what you can to the states, to local government, and the host community trust funds. In fact, the host community trust funds should take all those schools and so on. Suddenly, you could get 2,000 projects off your list. So that's something that we recommend very strongly. Of course, the reform is going on, the training, we've talked about that. And then ensure that the renewed hope agenda, that imperative, you're using it to drive this to conclusion, not just within NDDC, but within the states. So let's look at what some of this means. We've seen the outcomes. Sorry, let me come back. Yes. So right now, this is the cycle that NDDC runs. You prep up the budget, you authorize, you commit the funds, people get work done, you pay them some money, settle any debts, manage your cash, do budget reviews and audits. Verification of goods and services is where we have failed a lot. That's the reason why you will have some roads that might collapse. That's the reason why you may have some deliverables that might not perform the way you want. We need to harden that up. So it's not just about ensuring that the processes run and follow the SOP. You have to also quantify the deliverable that you're paying for. So we're going to show how that can be done. So a couple of things with respect to the internal reforms, which you're already undertaking, but just to try and highlight a few things. We have all these things that we want to do. The people require security, power, this, that. You have policy guidelines that we have defined in the master plan. You currently have, but we've now enhanced them. Okay, and as we go deeper inside, when we leave here, we'll see what those guidelines are. We have planning targets, and out of that, you end up with projects. Now, traditionally, this is how we've approached it. Political, popular mandate, personal choice, funds availability. Then we decide, okay, let's do this. No, we're changing that. We're saying, let's have a needs methodology. Check the feasibility. Ensure it is needed. What are the benefits? What's the impact? How effective is it? Is it consistent? Is it sustainable? So this is like a scorecard, and you can then query the projects, every project, before you bring them into the approved budget, must go through that process. The fact that it fails the first time does not imply the project is bad. It simply means that the program manager needs to do some more work to improve their thinking about how to make the project sustainable, for instance, or to define the impacts or the benefits. And then you can end up with multi-year budgets where you then decide, okay, these ones we'll do this year, and then the next year, and so on. Okay. And then once you got your budgets, as you're running them inside the organization. You got planning, budgets, appropriations, and all of that. And then you got project management, if there are projects, and there's a whole life cycle there. You've got procurement, there's a whole life cycle there. You've got financial management to pay. You've got contractors interacting with the organization, suppliers interacting. So all of these ultimately are defined inside your SOPs. The SOP is going to cover all of that and then give you an integrated environment where you make sure that everything follows the process. What this means is that unlike traditional systems where you do the work, then the auditor comes to check, did you do the work properly? And what's the auditor doing? He'll carry your SOP and check 1, 2, 3, did you do these things? Or like the MD pointed out yesterday when he talked about the potential that people may do wrong things and the anti-graft agencies come, the first thing they'll do is to pick up your manual. Did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? All of this, using the SOP, integrating it into a digital transformation platform, saves you all of that because you are compliant. By the time you get to the end, you're already compliant. I'm not saying that it makes the audit function redundant. I'm simply saying that it optimizes the audit function. It means that if there is anything going wrong, it's not going to go wrong because you did not follow the process. So that's a problem that we can take away from the table. So I think that would be a very big transformation for the organization and something that we all need desperately. Now, we talked about verification of goods and services. Just want to highlight some of the ideas here. What we're saying is that when you want to build a road, for instance, a road is made up of several layers of different materials that have different thicknesses or densities. We have non-destructive tools, right? Geotechnical tools that you can use to make measurements without destroying the assets. So for the roads, you have what we call, these are like road scan. It's a radar device. We use it in the oil industries, to penetrate subsurface to see what's going on. So you can penetrate, you can drive with a car across a 10-kilometer road and collect data, and you will see what's inside the road. So for instance, here, that particular zone there, this zone, that's a repair zone. There's a subsurface failure going on. So maybe the base wasn't very strong, or there's been some movement. So there's a failure. It hasn't reached the surface yet. When it reaches the surface, there will be a pothole. So imagine what this would do, not just for the quality of the roads, but also for the maintenance. Right? This is what we should be doing to ensure we have smooth rides. And the same technologies are applicable to buildings. You have, scanners that you can use, and it will tell you what is there in the building. You can compare it against the BOQ. You can check the thicknesses against what you specified. Canals, you can check the depths if you are doing some canal work, for instance. So there's no infrastructure work that you have out there that we cannot measure it using tamper-proof methods. I'll repeat that, tamper-proof, quantifiable. That means you're taking away the subjectiveness of measurements. The engineer going to the field and telling you this and that. No, you have a tool that measured it and gave you the data. You can't modify it. It's tamper-proof and it's quantifiable. Then you are sure that when you write that memo for that payment on that certificate, that you're doing the right thing because it's backed by information. So let us look at how we then develop these master plans. Okay? So the first thing is just to focus on what are the success factors that we have to use to guide us. First one is focusing on results and outcomes. So let's move away from all these discrete projects. We do this. No, let's have coordination. Let's have planning. Then joint work planning. Let us make sure that we don't work alone. As we're moving into the communities, we're working with the states. We're working with the communities themselves and other stakeholders, CSOs, and even the oil companies. We will jointly look at the problem and quantify it. We will come up with the intervention and share it with them because it's their intervention. It's not ours. And then once it is approved and appropriated and work commences, that's already happening. That's why you have the community, related departments. But we now need to step the game up because we're going to be doing this. We're going to be doing this across the region and working with the states and local governments directly. Partnership framework, very key, because like we said, we're not working alone. We got the states, we got the local governments, we got CSOs, we got oil, companies. Technology capacity is vital because what we're saying here is quite transformational. We want to collect information across the Niger Delta region, across the communities and local governments, 185 local governments. So that's a lot of data. Now, how do you collect the data and manage that data? And you have multiple stakeholders involved in the collection and the review and utility of this information. And then you have to think about, okay, after we've done this year, then we create a plan, the states take ownership, and they start implementing their plans, building roads, infrastructure, education, and so on for the different sectors, the strategies. What happens with the M&E, the monitoring? What happens with the ongoing needs assessments? Because new needs will be coming up. It's not NDDC that's going to go discover that. You already got the local government. You already got the states. So those platforms that we're building, we're going to have to get them to utilize those platforms so that we have a coherent, integrated, approach, even though it's different stakeholders, but you have a common. So that's what the technology and capacity, components will deal with. And then, like we said, the M&E, we have to make sure that that's a joint thing with a clear scorecard for everyone. So these are the key, sort of success propositions. One of the key things we also mentioned is the coordination. So who are those coordinating and why are they coordinating? We got government, which is NDDC, the ministry that's supervising, and of course, the state governments on one end. We have business on the other side, the oil companies, the business community, who need the enabling environment to create the jobs. We've got civil societies who are trying to ensure that things are done right on behalf of the citizens, NGOs, donors, and so on. All of us are focused on one thing, which is there in the middle, from peace to economy all the way to rule of law. So we have to keep that as our focal point in the collaboration, irrespective of whatever challenges and differences we come across. So some more guidelines, I think the last set of guidelines. We talked about ensuring that your projects go through a process before you bring them into the budget. So that's feasibility, needs, benefits, impact, effectiveness, consistency, sustainability. Each one of these has a series of questions. It's like a questionnaire. And you ask the questions, you answer, and then it will score. And then if you pass, then you can go. If you fail, that doesn't mean you failed. It simply means you didn't think properly. And in the places where you failed, you will see it. Maybe it was on impact. You did not answer it properly, or you didn't do enough research to know what the impact is. So you correct those. The key thing is to have a note for each project that clearly shows what needs to be done so that everyone can see why this project was selected. Then PPP, we decided to put some guidelines because PPP is very important in what we're doing. You saw for the agriculture case study, a whole bunch of all the things, about 10 different activities, about 8 of them are all PPP. But you need to select the right partners. You need to make sure they have professionalism, they have the capacity financial capacity, management capacity. They have the experience. They've been there doing this, and they can do it. You don't want partners who will come and want to ride on your reputation, ride on your money, and then at the end of the day, you don't get the deliverables. We want people who can see the opportunity and put their money on the table. So those criteria are very important for ensuring that we get the right people. So the plan is structured as follows. It's a joint planning and monitoring and evaluation efforts amongst NDDC, the states, local governments, CSOs. All of us will do the assessments together. All of us will develop the interventions. We'll do the monitoring. We'll do the performance, continuous reviews. And then make sure that the data is available for everyone so that the stakeholders can see that, okay, we've done all these assessments. We then have all these projects in our community or in our local government. They're going to do 10 of them this year. They're going to do the next 20 next year. And they're actually picking them and doing them. So we need to coordinate with the communities on this. That would be the compact that we enter into to hold us and bind us towards behaving, appropriately. So how do we implement the plan? There are 6 programs. First one is that we go out into the field to get the information we need, where we define the targets for each sector. Then we do the needs assessments, collect the baseline information. Then we create state-specific plans. Second one is, based on all those assessments, we identify some quick impact interventions. Agriculture, education, ICT, SMEs, healthcare, whatever. You're the ones with the communities that will decide that. So that we can show this 2026 things that can happen. Then we make sure that there are technology tools that support all of this. Because like we said, when you have 185 local governments, you have 21 sectors. Now just imagine, right? Take a trip with me. Imagine what we're going to do. We either spread it out or we do it all at once. So that means we could say, okay, one consultant for every 3 sectors. That means you need 7 consultants to cover 21 sectors. And you have 185 local governments. You got the SOP project already in motion. You got the SOP project already in motion. You got the digital transformation project already in motion. That means we've already started the master plan, but just from the inside, not the external stuff. That means we need to make sure that the things that are being worked on right now are delivered to purpose. The organization is clear that this is the outcome we want, and the deliverables meet those outcomes. So the project management, monitoring, M&E, all of that is very critical to achieve that. Stakeholder engagement is probably the foundational item here, because everything we want to do is about the external stakeholders. It's about the communities. So we need to go and engage them. So that engagement is going to occur at multiple levels. It's going to occur at the senatorial level. It's going to occur with the state assemblies, so that the legislators in the 9 states can know what is going on and what they need to do, because there are some laws that they will need to, enact to support this. And then we also need to have engagement with the caucus, Niger Delta caucus in National Assembly, so that the laws that we need at the national level to enable us for the long term, we also bring that to the table. The bank is a foundational item. One of the key things about this is that after we have implemented this stage, and each state has a plan, and this plan, let's say, is for the next 5 years, infrastructure, healthcare, social, this, all the various sectors. How do you fund it? There are some components of that plan that are not economically viable, like we want to do schools and water systems and so on. Social impact things. How do you fund them? That's where the bank comes in to mobilize, financing, long-term financing, low-cost financing, PPP, and ensure that we have the framework for that. And finally, the institutional preparation of the organization for all of this, which is NDDC. That's where we are right now in the implementation. This just shows the life cycle of what we do in the field. We go in the field with electronic devices, collect the data, put it into GIS maps, and then we do all the analysis, and at the end, we get the plans coming out. So there's a very clear system. How do we do it in terms of time frames? We're here right now. We need to close out all the administrative internal issues and start execution from March if we have any hope of bringing out deliverables by July. The states that are slow, they will drag on till December, but the first set of states, we should be able to get them in by July. So that's the general outline of how this will be executed. So I will let my colleague to take this to the conclusion, and thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard the broad picture. Now, when you listen to Steve, some people might get the impression, is this an agric development plan or something? No, we just took, just to give an example of how it's supposed to work out. For instance, the plan just says, develop agro-business clusters across the 27 senatorial districts of the Niger Delta. That's all the line says, the plan says. Headline. Well, what it did was to show how we will now take that simple recommendation and go out and do, field studies, needs assessments, and develop that single recommendation. Develop agro-business clusters. So that's what we need to do for every single recommendation. Based on the strategic priorities, it has the recommendations for all, like developing multimodal transportation links. So that's what is necessary to implement the plan now. Mandate this work, establish, let me just go forward quickly. Yeah, the alignment with the board. So that's what is necessary. In fact, I think this slide summarizes it all. Sorry. Yeah, we need to establish a governance system for the implementation of the plan. So a project master plan implementation steering committee headed at a very high level needs to be established. And then from there, specific working groups for agriculture, ICT, specific working groups to work out the details in collaboration with stakeholders and the consultants need to be done very quickly. And then we train staff on the processes for implementation, embedded into the SOPs, and then monitoring and evaluation, like we said, very, very important. I mean, imagine a situation where at the beginning of every year, maybe around March, April, the region sees a report indicating what has happened across the region, which states have done well, which sectors, what is the growth rate, what is the poverty, how have development indices improved. That kind of continuous monitoring and evaluation will provide not only the impetus to keep implementing, but also the learning points to keep improving the implementation. And then the master plan implementation process needs to be funded properly. And with this, we believe that we will have a completely new era where plans are developed, implemented, and they are used to coordinate activities across the region, and NDDC will be truly repositioned to guide and coordinate development and transformation in the region. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, we'll just take those briefly. Okay. I see a hand over there, Engineer Lagwa. Oh, sorry.
Once again, I say good morning to everybody. My brother, Dr. Ate. Really? I got the name right, Abi?
Ate, yes. Ate Beredugo, yes. Very correct, sir.
I'm a little bit worried. For a very long time, even before my coming to NDDC, I've been hearing about master plan. No implementation. Can you let us know what the challenges are and exactly when are we going to have real implementation, practical implementation of this master plan. For the past how many years, keep hearing issues of master plan, development, go to Abuja. And as finance director, I keep signing payments, consultancy fees, and all that for this same master plan. When will this master plan come to fruition? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. And we're very glad that this question is coming from your end and not elsewhere, because it means that there is commitment and desire to see it happen. And that alone goes a long way in addressing the matter. So, how can we make this case different? Because like we said before, the previous plan was generated, hardly any implementation was going on, then other plans started to arise. Niger Delta Action Plan from the ministry and other plans. So what do? We have said something very specific. The plan has recommendations, but we did not do field work because of the short time, so there are no implementation details. Establish a plan implementation steering committee as we live here, headed at a very high level, number one. Then, from mandate the consultants and the directorates to do the field work necessary to, you saw what we did for Agric, based on just one recommendation, create agro-biz clusters. But we cannot implement, create agro-biz clusters without going to the field. I'll give you one example, sir, to give you a historical example of the sort of challenges that we have had. In the first plan, there was a recommendation, improve the quality of education across the region at the secondary school level. That was a recommendation by upgrading existing schools, selected existing schools across the senatorial districts. That's a plan recommendation. What did we do? We now went out and did this kind of study that we are recommending here, and looked at Okrika Grammar School, looked at Government College Umuahia, looked at various schools and said, these ones will be suitable. Let's upgrade them. And everything was presented for action. Professor Okujago then, Commissioner for Education, told us explicitly, okay, they are not admitting students into Okrika Grammar School this year because they expect that the admission system for the model schools will be different. Now the rest, what was left was to upgrade that school and admit. NDDC did not take those actions, and so that initiative collapsed. So, we're glad that this question is coming from you. We established a steering committee. We undertake the implementation appraisals that are necessary, produce implementation blueprints, and NDDC undertakes the execution of its own projects. NDDC will not do everything. The states have their own portions to do, and the implementation details will lay all of those out. And working with them through the Development Coordination and Collaboration Group, they will also take their own portions and implement. At that time, governors used to come and meet with us. Commissioners used to come to NDDC and meet around the table. When the necessary actions were not being undertaken, those meetings faded out. So we established the steering committee, we undertake the implementation blueprints, and then we execute the necessary actions. It will set the signal, the implementation will unfold, and will not have the kind of scenario we had the first time. Thank you very much, sir. Hope I answered your question.
Just to add to what Ate said, Edie, I think the key thing here is what the MD said yesterday, which is that it's all about leadership. Where leadership fails, then the human discretion comes in. Operationally, we're ready for this. A lot of detail has gone in. We've looked at all the problems that happened in the past. Fortunately, you have here two gentlemen who are very passionate about this and have been involved in this from the early stages and have always tried their best to get this right. But we have had a lot of distractions at the leadership level. But what we can see today, and we have been seeing for months, and the years you've been here, is executive focus, executive focus. That's all we need. Give us the executive focus, make sure the resources are in place. We will have a whole bunch of recommendations, execute them, and what you want will come out, because we're dedicated to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taberdugo and Mr. Stephen Onerime. Can we put our hands together for them, please? Thank you for your extensive research of the challenges and opportunities and presenting actionable strategic solutions as it relates to each sector. Your policy recommendations on the way forward, which specifically address challenges, speaking directly to issues from agriculture, marine and blue economy, livestock and forestry, land reforms, all of these will lead to food security in the Niger Delta, as well as create wealth for farmers. The new master plan will map the region appropriately, providing the right kind of structure and infrastructure. These strategies you rightly mentioned, they're already going on in the NDDC, and there are more leaves and the resource persons to the special room that we have set for tea break. Every other person, please remain seated, and you'll be called table by table to also progress to the dining hall. Thank you very much. We've come to a break of this first session so we can have tea and then return for the next session. The MDCO will be leading the executives as well as our resource persons to the dining hall for tea break. Please remain seated until you're called to join them. Thank you so much. Thank you.
trendybeats.com. Baby, you never know until we try this slow. I've been around the world, but you're the only one my heart beats for. Don't let time fool ya. It's now or never, it's now or never. You may never know until we try this slow. You see, in this world, not everything happens for a reason. But foolish ones, letting you walk away from me. Almost missed my chance, trying to see what's on the other side. Now that I found you, love, I will never ever let you go. Baby, you never know until we try this road. I've been around the world, but you're the only one my heart beats for. Don't let them fool ya. It's now or never, it's now or never. We may never know until we try this road. I know you can find a pretty girl at the snap of your finger, and pretend that you were in paradise. We made mistakes. We can't continue down this line. Life brought us back together. Baby, let's make it last forever. Baby, you never know until we try this slow. I've been around the world, we're the only one my heart beats for. Baby, you never know until we try this slow. I've been around the world, we're the only one my heart beats for. Don't let them fool ya. It's now or never, it's now or never. Baby, you never know until we try this slow. Baby, you never know until we try this slow. I've been around the world, we're never know until we try this.
Today's commissioning is not an end, but a beginning. A true measure of our success will be how well this project serves our people over time. We must remain committed to maintenance, accountability, and continued development across the Niger Delta.
Let me say that we are witnessing transformation in NDDC today because of the leadership, the focused leadership we have at the national level, represented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Each time I meet with him,
As the Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) celebrates its 25th anniversary, we mark a milestone in our journey to transform the lives of Niger Delta residents. Under the visionary leadership of Chief Samuel Obuku, PhD, the Managing Director of NDDC, we are shifting the narrative from mere transactions to meaningful transformations. A significant milestone in this journey is the commissioning of our Bayelsa State Office, a state-of-the-art edifice located at Opoloipe in the Yanagua local government area on Tuesday, June 17, 2025. This grand structure symbolizes our commitment to the region's development and our determination to improve the quality of life for our people. At NDDC, we are working tirelessly to preserve the Delta's rich natural resources for future generations while empowering our residents with the tools they need to thrive. This requires collaboration, innovation, and a steadfast commitment to our mission. Under Chief Obuku's leadership, NDDC is poised to achieve greatness. We're building a brighter future for the Niger Delta, one that's characterized by sustainable development, economic growth, and social progress. NDDC, making a difference.
Cover everything, right? But for the time, I'm going to cover both the systems and also your original editor.
This together. Studying abroad has been one of my childhood dreams. I always wanted to study in one of these world-class universities so I can gain valuable knowledge and be able to impact meaningfully back here in Nigeria. So I want to really appreciate the NDDC for putting this together, and I'm very grateful for being part of the
Today, we're here to commission a series of projects in the African nation. We don't need to tell you the benefits. You know what the benefits of having these projects here. You read what the mandate of NDDC is. It's clear, concise, simple, and straight to the point. It says, facilitate rapid and sustainable development of the Niger Delta region. And that's what
we want.
NDDC is a platform that has brought us together to reflect on our common challenges. Our common challenges are the things that have united us. Ecological challenges, environmental challenges, poverty, and underdevelopment. Hence, the government of Nigeria created NDDC. So we're here in Ondo State in our numbers for you to see that these are the men and women who are managing that your common patrimony called NDDC. It is to show love, to let the world know that in the Niger Delta we're united and we love ourselves. Tomorrow we'll be in Asaba, where we have a world press conference to tell the world what NDDC is about, what NDDC has done in 25 years, what NDDC has achieved within this short period of this present administration, and what NDDC intends to do.
Of Asaba in Delta State, Nigeria, for the World Press Briefing of NDDC at 25. As you can see around you, there are beautiful faces, beautiful people, media personalities from across the nation, from across the globe are gathered here in Asaba of Delta State to celebrate NDDC at 25. Don't forget to join us live for the broadcast on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. See you there. Hello, welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Dr. Nelson Omo, Director of Project Monitoring and Supervision, Niger Delta Development Commission.
Thank you very much, sir. So we are here at the World Press Briefing for NDDC at 25. Could you list a specific set of projects that you are proud of so far as the Director of PMS?
Well, we have quite a number, but maybe I should just summarize. Maybe name 2 or 3. Like the Ogba Nembe Road is a signature project, which the project that we did in partnership with Shell Petroleum Development Company, completed and commissioned functional, linking several communities in Bayelsa. Then they also have the project of the 3 kV substation in Okitipupa, very major project providing light for almost 15 local governments in Ondo State, signature projects. You have quite a number of other projects running, like the Owerri Road that we commissioned the state offices that were commissioning, the one in Delta State, the one in Cross River, the one in Bayelsa State, specifically.
Oh, thank you. So speaking of NDDC at 25, what does 25 years of NDDC mean to your office?
Well, it means a lot. Personally, I've been in NDDC for a while, and one of the pioneer staffs in project monitoring before I ventured to other departments in the organization. So I saw how the Niger Delta looked from inception before NDDC started intervening. Our intervention have created so much within the region and brought development. There was huge infrastructural gap in the Niger Delta before the NDDC intervention, particularly with our community industrialization within the region, creating more job opportunities within the region, creating more job opportunities for our teaming graduates and youth in the region. So I'm saying 25 years of NDDC, next 25 years, a very stable Niger Delta region, offering hope to a lot of our people, and it transformed the region in the next 25 years. The foundation has been laid already. 25 years of building on it, we witnessed something quite unique for the region. I look forward to the greater NDDC and the greater region, Niger Delta region, in the next 25 years.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your lovely time here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Broadcast on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. See you there. Hello, welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
See you there. Hello, welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Dr. Nelson Omo, Director of Project Monitoring and Supervision, Niger Delta Development Commission.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, we are here at the World Press Briefing for NDDC at 25. Could you list a specific set of projects that you are proud of so far as the Director PMS?
Well, we have quite a number, but maybe I should just summarize. Maybe them 2 or 3. Like the Owerri Road is a signature project, which the project that we did in partnership with Shell Petroleum Development Company, completed and commissioned functional, linking several communities in Bayelsa. Then you also have the project of the 3 kV substation in Nekede, very major project, providing light for almost 15 local governments in Ondo State, signature projects. We have quite a number of other projects running, like the Owerri Road that we commissioned, the state offices that were commissioning, the one in Delta State, the one in Cross River, the one in Bayelsa State, specifically.
Oh, thank you. So speaking of NDDC at 25, what does 25 years of NDDC mean to your office?
Well, it means a lot. Personally, I've been in NDDC for a while, and one of the pioneer staffs in project monitoring before I ventured to other departments in the organization. So I saw how the Niger Delta looked from inception before NDDC started intervening. Our intervention have created so much within the region and brought development. There was huge infrastructural gap in the Niger Delta before the NDDC intervention, particularly with our communities. With the intervention of NDDC, a lot have been done for our communities from various aspects of projects, road, bridges, power projects, water projects, schools, and so on and so forth. So it means so much because I've seen the transformation that NDDC have done within the past 25 years.
Oh, thank you. So what do you look forward to for NDDC in the next 25 years?
Well, quite a lot still have to be done in the region. I think we need to now begin to look at a lot of our legacy projects being completed, interstate projects, some areas of industrialization to speed up industrialization within the region, creating more job opportunities for our teaming graduates and youth in the region. So I'm saying 25 years of NDDC, next 25 years, a very stable Niger Delta region, offering hope to a lot of our people and a transformed region in the next 25 years. The foundation has been laid already. 25 years of building on it, we witnessed something quite unique for the region. I look forward to greater NDDC and the greater region, Niger Delta region in the next 25 years.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your lovely time here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today's commissioning is not an end, but a beginning. The true measure of our success will be how well this project serves our people over time. We must remain committed to maintenance, accountability, and continued development across the Niger Delta.
Let me say that we are witnessing transformation in NDDC today because of the leadership, the focused leadership we have at the national level, represented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Each time I meet with him, he will say, "My minister, how is Niger Delta and particular NDDC?" I say, "Your Excellency, sir, Niger Delta and NDDC is on course."
Coming back to the renewed hope and NDDC transiting from transaction to transformation, I just want to give you a few statistics. Today we are here to commission this ultramodern state office.
As the Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) celebrates its 25th anniversary, we mark a milestone in our journey to transform the lives of Niger Delta residents. Under the visionary leadership of Chief Samuel Obuku, PhD, the Managing Director of NDDC, we are shifting the narrative from mere transactions to meaningful transformations. A significant milestone in this journey is the commissioning of our Bayelsa State Office, a state-of-the-art edifice located at Opoloepe in the Yenagua local government area on Tuesday, 2017-2025. This grand structure symbolizes our commitment to the region's development and our determination to improve the quality of life for our people. At NDDC, we're working tirelessly to preserve the Delta's rich natural resources for future generations while empowering our residents with the tools they need to thrive. This requires collaboration, innovation, and a steadfast commitment to our mission. Under Chief Oboku's leadership, NDDC is poised to achieve greatness. We're building a brighter future for the Niger Delta, one that's characterized by sustainable development, economic growth, and social progress. NDDC, making a difference.
Not be able to cover everything, right? So for the time that I saw both the countries and also your region editor.
My name is Okejuru Ederi. I'm from Delta State.
Okay, so tell us about the process.
All right, so the process for the NDDC scholarship was a very thorough one. Started with the CBT, which were tested on a computer-based test, and after that, we went for the interview, and it was a very smooth and thorough process.
So what do you have to tell the NDDC for putting this together?
I want to really appreciate the NDDC for putting this together. Studying abroad has been one of my childhood dreams. I always wanted to study in one of these world-class universities, so I can gain valuable knowledge and be able to impact meaningfully back here in Nigeria. So I want to really appreciate the NDDC for putting this together, and I'm very grateful for being part of our.
Today, we're here to commission a series of projects in the African nation. We don't need to tell you the benefits. You know what the benefits of having these projects here. You read what the mandate of NDDC is. It's clear, concise, simple, and straight to the point. It says, facilitate rapid and sustainable development of the Niger Delta region. And that's what the 7th Governing Board is doing. We're facilitating the rapid and sustainable development of the region.
Well, you know, the series of our commissioning is called the Renewed Hope, the Dividends of Renewed Hope. NDDC Dividends of Renewed Hope. That is the series of our commission in this period.
Gregese okrenimo. Gregese okrenimo. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait, we won.
the beautiful city of Asaba in Delta State, Nigeria for the World Press Briefing of NDDC at 25. As you can see around you, there are beautiful faces, beautiful people, media personalities from across the nation, from across the globe are gathered here in Asaba of Delta State to celebrate NDDC at 25. Don't forget to join us live for the broadcast on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. See you there. Hello, welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Dr. Nelson Omo, Director of Project Monitoring and Supervision, Niger Delta Development Commission.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, we are here at the World Press Briefing for NDDC at 25. Could you list a specific set of projects that you are proud of so far as the Director of PMS?
Well, we have quite a number, but maybe I should just summarize. Maybe them 2 or 3. Like the Ogba Nembe Road is a signature project, which the project that we did in partnership with Shell Petroleum Development Company, completed and commissioned functional, linking several communities in Bayelsa. Then you also have the project of the 3 kV substation in Nekede, very major project providing light for almost 15 local governments in Ondo State, signature projects. We have quite a number of other projects running, like the Owerri Road that we commissioned, the state offices that were commissioning, the one in Delta State, the one in Cross River, the one in Bayelsa State, specifically.
Oh, thank you. So speaking of NDDC at 25, what does 25 years of NDDC mean to your office?
Well, it means a lot. Personally, I've been in NDDC for a while, and one of the pioneer staffs in project monitoring before I ventured to other departments in the organization. So I saw how the Niger Delta looked from inception before NDDC started intervening. Our intervention have created so much within the region and brought development. There was huge infrastructural gap in the Niger Delta before the NDDC intervention, particularly with our communities. With the intervention of NDDC, a lot have been done for our communities from various aspects of projects, road, bridges, power projects, water projects, schools, and so on and so forth. So it means so much because I've seen the transformation that NDDC have done within the past 25 years.
Oh, thank you. So what do you look forward to for NDDC in the next 25?
Well, quite a lot still have to be done in the region. I think we need to now begin to look at a lot of our legacy projects being completed, interstate projects, some areas of industrialization to speed up industrialization within the region, creating more job opportunities for our teaming graduates and youth in the region. So I'm saying 25 years of NDDC, next 25 years, a very stable Niger Delta region, offering hope to a lot of our people and a transformed region in the next 25 years. The foundation has been laid already. 25 years of building on it will witness something quite unique for the region. I look forward to greater NDDC and the greater region, Niger Delta region in the next 25 years.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your lovely time here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today's commissioning is not an end, but a beginning. The true measure of our success will be how well this project serves our people over time. We must remain committed to maintenance, accountability, and continued development across the Niger Delta.
Let me say that we are witnessing transformation in NDDC today because of the leadership, the focused leadership we have at the national level, represented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Each time I meet with him, he will say, "My minister, how is Niger Delta and particular NDDC. I say, Your Excellency, sir, Niger Delta and NDDC is on course.
Coming back to the renewed hope and NDDC transiting from transaction to transformation, I just want to give people a few statistics. Today we are here to commission this ultramodern state office.
As the Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) celebrates its 25th anniversary, we mark a milestone in our journey to transform the lives of Niger Delta residents. Under the visionary leadership of Chief Samuel Obuku, PhD, the Managing Director of NDDC, we are shifting the narrative from mere transactions to meaningful transformations. A significant milestone in this journey is the commissioning of our Bayelsa State Office, a state-of-the-art edifice located at Opoloepe in the Anagoa local government area on Tuesday, June 17, 2025. This grand structure symbolizes our commitment to the region's development and our determination to improve the quality of life for our people. At NDDC, we're working tirelessly to preserve the Delta's rich natural resources for future generations while empowering our residents with the tools they need to thrive. This requires collaboration, innovation, and a steadfast commitment to our mission. Under Chief Obuku's leadership, NDDC is poised to achieve greatness. We're building a brighter future for the Niger Delta, one that's characterized by sustainable development, economic growth, and social progress. NDDC, making a difference.
Not be able to cover everything, right? But before the time that I saw both the two countries and also the original editor.
My name is Ofedru Ederi. I'm from Delta State.
Okay, so tell us about the process.
All right, so the process for the NDDC scholarship was a very thorough one. Started with the CBT, which were tested on a computer-based test, and after that, we went for the interview, and it was a very smooth and thorough process.
So what do you have to tell the NDDC for putting this together?
I want to really appreciate the NDDC for putting this together. Studying abroad has been one of my childhood dreams. I always wanted to study in one of these world-class universities so I can gain valuable knowledge and be able to impact meaningfully back here in Nigeria. So I want to really appreciate the NDDC for putting this together, and I'm very grateful for being part of the
we're here to commission a series of projects in the African nation. We don't need to tell you the benefits. You know what the benefits of having these projects here. You read what the mandate of NDDC is. It's clear, concise, simple and straight to the point. It says facilitate rapid and sustainable development of the Niger Delta region. And that's what the 7th Governing Board is doing. We're facilitating the rapid and sustainable development of the region.
Well, you know, the series of our commissioning is called the Renewed Hope, the Dividends of Renewed Hope. NDDC Dividends of Renewed Hope. That is the series of our commissioning this period.
Gregese okrenimo. Gregese okrenimo. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait, we want.
Of Asaba in Delta State, Nigeria for the World Press Briefing of NDDC at 25. As you can see around you, there are beautiful faces, beautiful people, media personality from across the nation, from across the globe are gathered here in Asaba of Delta State to celebrate NDDC at 25. Don't forget to join us live for the broadcast on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. See you there. Hello, welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Dr. Nelson Omo, Director of Project Monitoring and Supervision, Niger Delta Development Commission.
Thank you very much, sir. So we are here at the World Press Briefing for NDDC at 25. Could you list a specific set of projects that you are proud of so far as the Director of PMS?
Well, we have quite a number, but maybe I should just summarize. Maybe them 2 or 3. Like the Owerri Nembe Road is a signature project, which the project that we did in partnership with Shell Petroleum Development Company, completed and commissioned functional, linking several communities in Bayelsa. Then you also have the project of the 3 kV substation in Okitipupa, very major project providing light for almost 15 local governments in Ondo State, signature projects. We have quite a number of other projects running, like the Owerri Road that we commissioned, the state offices that were commissioning, the one in Delta State, the one in Cross River, the one in Bayelsa State, specifically.
Oh, thank you. So speaking of NDDC at 25, what does 25 days of NDDC mean to your office?
Well, it means a lot. Personally, I've been in NDDC for a while, and one of the pioneer staffs in project monitoring before I ventured to other departments in the organization. So I saw how the Niger Delta looked from inception before NDDC started intervening. Our intervention have created so much within the region, brought development. There was huge infrastructural gap in the Niger Delta before the NDDC intervention, particularly with our communities. With the intervention of NDDC, a lot have been done for our communities from various aspects of projects, road, bridges, power projects, water projects, schools, and so on and so forth. So it means so much because I've seen the transformation that NDDC have done within the past 25 years.
Oh, thank you. So what do you look forward to for NDDC in the next 25?
Well, quite a lot still have to be done in the region. I think we need to now begin to look at a lot of our legacy projects being completed, interstate projects, some areas of industrialization to speed up industrialization within the region, creating more job opportunities for our teaming graduates and youth in the region. So I'm saying 25 years of NDDC, next 25 years, a very stable Niger Delta region, offering hope to a lot of our people and a transformed region in the next 25 years. The foundation has been laid already. 25 years of building on it will witness something quite unique for the region. I look forward to greater NDDC and the greater region, Niger Delta region in the next 25 years.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your lovely time here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today's commissioning is not an end, but a beginning. The true measure of our success will be how well this project serves our people over time. We must remain committed to maintenance, accountability, and continued development across the Niger Delta.
Let me say that we are witnessing transformation in NDDC today because of the leadership, the focused leadership we have at the national level, represented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Each time I meet with him, he will say, "My minister, how is Niger Delta, and particular NDDC?"
As the Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) celebrates its 25th anniversary, we mark a milestone in our journey to transform the lives of Niger Delta residents. Under the visionary leadership of Chief Samuel Obuku, PhD, the Managing Director of NDDC, we are shifting the narrative from mere transactions to meaningful transformations. A significant milestone in this journey is the commissioning of our Bayelsa State Office, a state-of-the-art edifice located at Opoloepe in the Yenagua local government area on Tuesday, June 17, 2025. This grand structure symbolizes our commitment to the region's development and our determination to improve the quality of life for our people. At NDDC, we are working tirelessly to preserve the Delta's rich natural resources for future generations while empowering our residents with the tools they need to thrive. This requires collaboration, innovation, and a steadfast commitment to our mission. Under Chief Obuku's leadership, NDDC is poised to achieve greatness. We're building a brighter future for the Niger Delta, one that's characterized by sustainable development, economic growth, and social progress. NDDC, making a difference.
Cover everything, right? But for the time that I saw both the countries and also the originator.
is Ifedru Ederi. I'm from Delta State.
Okay, so tell us about the process.
All right, so the process for the NDDC scholarship was a very thorough one. Started with the CBT, which were tested on a computer-based test, and after that, we went for the interview, and it was a very smooth and thorough process.
So what do you have to tell the NDDC for putting this together?
I want to really appreciate the NDDC for putting this together. Studying abroad has been one of my childhood dreams. I always wanted to study in one of these world-class universities, so I can gain valuable knowledge and be able to impact meaningfully back here in Nigeria. So I want to really appreciate the NDDC for putting this together, and I'm very grateful for being part of the
Today, we're here to commission a series of projects in the African nation. We don't need to tell you the benefits. You know what the benefits of having these projects here. You read what the mandate of NDDC is. It's clear, concise, simple and straight to the point. It says facilitate rapid and sustainable development of the Niger Delta region. And that's what the 7th Governing Board is doing. We're facilitating the rapid and sustainable development of the region.
Well, you know, the series of our commissioning is called the Renewed Hope, the Dividends of Renewed Hope. NDDC Dividends of Renewed Hope. That is the series of our commission in this period.
Gregese okrenimo. Gregese okrenimo. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait, we want.
Of Asaba in Delta State, Nigeria, for the world first briefing of NDDC.
Consulting, mentoring, and all of these make him the right fit for this presentation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Dada Joseph Olubenga, MNI, for the plenary presentation.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I've been informed that I have just 30 minutes, and we're going to make it in 30 minutes. But you agree with me that after 2 o'clock, it's very easy for adults to agree to what they don't know about. You know what that means? Because they said it's 3 o'clock, but what I saw there is more of a lunch. So you see adults begin to say, I agree. I agree. And you say you agree to what? So we're going to agree that in the spirit of democracy, you are allowed to sleep during this session. Do we agree? You are allowed to sleep. But please, while sleeping, don't snore. While sleeping, don't, which means you must sleep with your 2 eyes wide opened. Do we agree? You can sleep, but you must sleep with your 2 eyes wide open, and you don't snore so that you won't disturb your neighbor. Do we agree? We've said so much since yesterday. So this is just going to be like refreshing our minds about certain things again. But that's what I say, faith comes by what? Faith comes by hearing and continuous hearing. So this afternoon we're going to look at repositioning the Commission for Strategic Impact through stakeholder alignment and environmental resilience. The following we will look at a brief introduction, we define concepts, and we take the 5 key focus areas in brief. Look at, we didn't do the brain teaser yesterday. So this one, look at it, very simple one. If a man falls into the river, what must he surely get? If a man falls into a river, what must he surely get? There may be fishes there. Crocodile may be in the river. Sir, a guy is saying wet, but I know you don't agree with him. If he doesn't know how to swim, he will. Summary is this: whether the man knows how to swim, knows how to eat fish or not, he must get wet. By way of introduction, you agree with me that repositioning for strategic impact involves a fundamental shift. Fundamental shift in an organization's stance and operational ethos to align with evolving and environmental realities. It means you have taken deliberate decision to move. Thus, by integrating stakeholder alignment and environmental resilience, you move beyond mere compliance. This is what the rule says, as it was in the beginning. So what now? Proactive, thinking ahead, forward thinking, long-term value creation, which we normally call legacy, building legacy. Building legacy. And repositioning simply means this, in terms of defining it. Moving, the act of changing position, perception of an object or brand. In a physical sense, it means moving from something or somewhere to a new place. Let's look at the next one. So with respect to NDDC, it means how do the commission move from its present performance position, where we are now, to its desired future position, which means, again, we must be very clear in our minds where we want to go to the end before we take off. If we don't have a clear picture of the end, we are going to run into problems. For that to determine the resources required. We talked about technology this morning, the human resource, and other, the quantum of finance. If you want to send your child to university, you have an option, public or private. So objectives are, I want my kid to be a graduate. How? Is it private? Is it public? But I know for sure most men now have BPs because they put their kids in schools that they have to borrow money to sustain. I've been alive. However, you must be clear. Why do you want to move? Why? The why is very important. And therefore, you must also ensure that the stakeholders buy into the why. Or else they will become a stumbling block for you. What does strategic impact? I used to tell managers in the public service, they come civil servants. How much is the salary of a director? And he has 3 kids in a university where he pays 3.5 million naira every session. What does that tell you already? The man must go and he must steal in Jesus' name. A man is earning, what is 700,000 naira? That is gross, times 12. And he has 3 kids in the private university where they how? You can see that he has missed something. So he will be achieving on the top of the children of Israel in the wilderness. If your people don't have water, you must first identify that they don't have water, that they need water. And you must go and provide water. You can't strike no rock any longer. Like Moses did. You know, he struck and they no. You must identify that what do these people really need as different from what you think they need. And now our madams are very nice. Women are the most beautiful creature and the very wonderful creature. If you tell madam, oh, darling, which men will only say when they have 2 things, when the men call you darling, there are 2 things involved. Either they want to confess a sin or they want to borrow money, including myself. So I only call my wife darling when I want to borrow money. So I be calling her darling ahead. I say, hey, God, the one you borrowed last month, you have not even paid. I say, see, I'm trying to be romantic. You are just making younger. So just take my darling. So he said, darling, I think we should change our car. Women, and say, what do you think car you think we should buy? Women don't ask for too much. They just drop it. We can manage 2026 Range Rover. You see, they're always managing such things. They must say, I don't have money. Where will I get that money from? You can go and buy a Toyota 2022, and the friend comes and say, my friend, you have launched a new car. Say, no, now go buy them. Now go. But if you didn't borrow from her, you didn't take her money, and you bought 2026 Range Rover, and the friend comes and say, my friend, now wow, this one I tell you, say, we just buy a move. You see the difference? We just bought it. How much is our money in the money? But when you bought the other one, you say, now, okay, it's something about this. You want to bring them in. You want to ensure that everybody has to become we. It won't be we versus them. That's why when we see governors in Africa, very common in Nigeria, they say, His Excellency has graciously approved. And I say, whose money? Is this father's money? It is the money of the people which are supposed to spend for what the people actually require. Not what somebody think is doing. If you okay, we have given that local government water. Is that what they need? Is that their priority? So alignment, you want to be sure that the process, internal elements are in harmony with the overall strategy and long-term goals. So it is outcome-oriented, legacy. You can see we keep going back to legacy. So for me, from what the MD said yesterday, he wants this team to be remembered in that area or region for legacy projects and not for quick wins that bring money to some certain individuals. Forms, yes, there are 3 forms. You can do your strategic alignment vertically or horizontally, up, down, amongst departments. And that's why you must understand that you are all complementing each other and not competing. You can align goals and objectives, your process, your communication, and of course, more importantly, roles and responsibilities. So that there will be little, naturally there must be discontent in any system. But it should be about how do we achieve our collective goals, not how to corner the benefit of the system. Why is it very good to do stakeholder announcement? A lot of things are there. But if nothing, look at the last one. Improve trust from your stakeholders. I don't know, for us in Lagos, most of our masons come from Benin. I would rather leave something in my house for as long as possible until when Alex have time. Why? Because I have trust in his ability. You give our own people job. Before he closes his eyes, he has finished. Before evening, the thing he did is bad again. So, once people have trust in you, they say, if he's coming for NDDC, you can go and sleep. I also have a boss who says, look, gentlemen and ladies, with this myself, I can go and I may not come to work for 1 week. I know they have the what? They have trust in our capabilities. Because they have seen us deliver consistently. What do we mean by environmental resilience? How you can bounce back. We say, who is a failure? It is not the man that falls. No, you are not a failure for falling. Well, it's not a big deal making mistakes. It is the man who has fallen. If people say, you are too pessimistic. No, your job has been to say, yes, we have done this. Assuming this happened. What will happen? That is your job. Assuming this happened. Assuming this happened. It has not happened. That's why if it didn't happen, you just step because you have created the solution before it happens. If it doesn't happen, you have nothing to lose. But if it happens, the solution is already what? You just step and say, okay, how did you do it? Say, now God, because you have what? Prepare for it. You respond to it and adapt to incremental or sudden change. If the change is incremental, fine. If it's sudden like COVID, everybody just woke up and say, but you know, COVID was already happening in different parts of the world. So as a proactive measure, it's okay. Assuming this thing happened in Nigeria, how can we survive? At the level of management, MD, what can we do if this happened? Are we going to shut down? In Aston, I was heading planning, 2021. So 2020, yes, 2020. And they said everywhere, shut down. I said, can we shut down Aston for a whole? We don't know how long it's going to end. Vehicles were not moving, and I stay in Festac. For the duration of the something, I come to Badagry by boat. I will take a bike from my house in Festac to Third Gates in my short knicker and t-shirt, my backpack. And I take a boat to Badagry. And we're walking. So how do we develop e-learning system so that participants can join us online for certain things? We need just as individuals or groups who can affect or are affected by your project. As individuals or groups who can affect or are affected by your project. In simple terms, what are you doing? You want to know those who have power and influence on your project. I want to know the degree of power they have. Is it very high? Is it what? High, medium, or low? How much of influence? I have dealt with situations as a consultant where I've seen a trend, very interesting trend. This amorous relationship among ogas and junior officers, especially the female. A level 2 can get you removed from a department. True of us. True of us. If you think it's a lie, I can tell you about NDDC. When we did the proper staff placement for you guys. That was 2000 and what? Who can remember that? 2012. There's a case of a lady in NDDC. That was a casual in your organization. And when they gave them the letter to go as a casual, she went to the MD. Casual. To who? And the MD wrote, is there? Of course, we know we went through the files. We went to know we did a thorough job as consultants. And this is what the MD wrote. I won't name the MD. Under which the lady came in. Director of HR, this lad, and you underline it twice, is performing a critical assignment in the office of the MD. Issue letter of appointment. I know what the HR did. HR issue letter of appointment. She been a directive, Abi. Not be directive. But the HR issue letter of appointment, backdating it to the day the lady started working as a casual in your commission. I repeat, HR issued the letter. It was in a file. Backdating her employment to when she started working as a casual. Do you know the impact of that on your system? Which means you automatically become seniors to those who were permanent staff as at the time she was what? What can be more frustrating? But we can't blame the lady. She didn't put herself there now. Abi? So in our recommendation, what do you say? We say, if this lady, this is what the rule says. This is her educational level she comes in with. So at this level, she will come in. She spent 3 years, move here. 3 years, move here. 3 years, move here. She has left her colleagues. So you can't say go back. She must remain there and mark time. But management never did anything about it that time. But for you, we are following. You have paid us money. Our job is advisory as consultant. We did that. So you can say the service is very junior, but you can have so much influence on those who take decision about it. Because in Zahoza room, she will tell you see, this director, he's always very hard on me. I don't know what is his problem. Either you take me out of that department or you post him out. And the man will prefer to post you out. Not be this man. You want to know how much power and influence you have. Oh, it's a reality. In Commonwealth Secretariat London, it happened. I repeat. I'm telling you live experiences. In Commonwealth Secretariat, the same thing happened. Under Baba Yabo, you know Baba Yabo, Obasanjo regime. When he was doing Totam Magomagu, the section of Commonwealth then had that issue. Anytime he's going out, he will go to marriage of ladies. And you know, both structure is different. They have a department called GIDD. And it's called his attention. Sorry, you can't be doing this. It's not allowed. So the director in charge resigned because of that issue. Do you resign in Nigeria? So what are you trying to do? High influence is always a quadrant. High influence, low interest. We call them latent. There is low influence, low interest. They don't care. There is high influence, high promoters, high interest, high influence promoters, low influence, high interest defenders. If you have this latent, what do? You keep them satisfied by informing them. This is what we are doing. Oh. If you have high influence, high impact, you manage them, you work with them, you partner with them. If you have low influence, low interest, minimum effort, what you just keep them informed. This is we are working in that area, but they don't. But these people, these defenders, they don't have power, but they have influence, and they will fight. The one we call champions. They will make you. So this is what we want to do. Where is this individual in these quadrants? So that determines how you treat and how you deal with them. Don't let us bother about ourselves. In terms of engagement, engaging them, how do you engage them? High influence, high interest, they become your partner. High influence, low interest, they participate. Low influence, high interest, you consult. You can do a consultation forum. Let them come and give you what they think. But these ones, especially these ones, they become part of decision making. They even help you implement. So that some of the goodies, we also go to them. The ones that are low influence, you push communication one way. This one too, one way. They are not really. So I just want us to know that the next slide is trying to explain that particular slide. This one is just trying to explain the thing is there in the paper. But let's move quickly to the next one. Why do we engage? Engaging the right people in the right way can make a difference to your success. We talk about technical know-how as a strategy for employing people. And I gave the analogy of the relay team, that the speed of the team is normally determined by the speed of what? The slowest person in that team. You remember I said that yesterday, 8.6 per hour to 15.2. All of you become 15.2. Which is why countries who have understand that principle don't joke with employment into the public service. And over the years, I must say this, the West has tried to confuse you to say the engine of growth is the private sector. Answer is no. No country can develop beyond this public service. Why? Because whatever policy we do affects everybody. So they bring in the best into their own public service, but they tell you the engine of growth is private sector, and the elites who are very mentally lazy also match into that. So collaborative is key. It provides detailed understanding of the political, economic, and social impact of interested groups, the hierarchy of authority, and power among different groups. Not everybody will have the same power. So you want to know those who actually make things happen or not happen. Now, they say failure to attend to interest and information held by stakeholders are led to what? Strategic decision failures. I'm sure in the public service you've heard of files missing. Not if you see file, you go treat file. You are transmitting. Are you aware that people can kill your automation? 1997 were part of the Nigeria Scooter project for the customs. It was for Nigeria, Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana. They are still using their own Scooter to tomorrow, which is why you can go to Benin, clear your goods in 24 hours, and then you're out. When we're doing training for them in the morning, they say, Mr. Ada, we don't understand. You mean you won't bring computer, come out our job from our mouth? When we handed a scooter to Nigerian custom, in less than 1 year, they crash it. They crash it. Because somebody wants the file to move physically. So you must see me. Let's go ahead. For the public sector, there is mounting evidence that your failure to get them involved has led to the failure of many policy disasters. But they will say, nah, them, they do them. Leave them. Chebe do service. About did Savicom? Where is Savicom today in public service? The former head of service, the immediate past, says, digitization, everything. When this new man came in, the first 3 months, the system was down. The first 3 months of this new incubator, nothing was going. People can kill, so you must get them involved. It can lead to disaster. Most importantly, it allows you to recruit them as part of your effort. I just give an example of madams. She don't get money for the car, but say, yeah, we just buy her more. You can see that it's very sweet. But if you go and buy what she did not want, Now my husband buy them. But if you get them engaged, darling, look, I don't have that kind of money that will buy that kind of car. Women always have money, but from experience, the money never belongs to them. Men, have you noticed that? Women always have money, but the money never belongs to them. Is that the church, the mosque women, or the community? So they want to borrow you. I know what I have to tell you is not their money, because they know you men don't pay back. Madams, am I lying? When these men borrow money, do they pay back? But me, I pay back. Ask my wife. They want to make them part of your, you want to recruit them to part of your solution. Expectations, what does it mean? The process of aligning both internal and external what? Stakeholders' goals and responsibility with realistic what? Attainable outcomes. If you set too high a goal, it can backfire. Have you noticed that? If your kids scores A out of 8 subjects, normally have 7 A's, and there's deficiency in one, maybe C, that kids. If you begin to put the kids to want to get A in that subject, do you know you can make that kids to also come down on the other 7 something? Those stores, where are they going to? Individual pockets. By the time in Badagry, you could know all your tests almost belong to custom men. And they are saying yet they have met targets in September. Where do you put all those leakages? So you want to be sure that it's realistic, attainable outcomes to prevent disappointment. Process of what? Determining or articulating the result, deliverables, reactions that should be expected. Who expectation are you managing now? Both your external and internal what? Customers. Those working within the system and those also working outside the system. What does reputation mean? The sum of impressions, beliefs, and attitude towards and how do people see NDDC? How do your stakeholders see you? From government that relate with to the common man in the region, what do they think of us? If you want to know, do what you call mystery shopping. Don't tell them you have amended this. Just sit down in one of the, maybe you go to Akasa and you sit down at one of the local radio and just say, these scientists, they are trying, you will know whether you're actually trying. Forget what those, when you call stakeholder, people are in that AC, they are telling you, forget those ones. Those are the people that should tell you what your vision is. Thus, we say your vision can be what? Either positive or negative. It's a socially constructed perception. If managed well, can secure long-term what? So you have to deliberately manage your reputation. You hear, in those days, they will say, you are going to start talk. Don't forget the child of whom you are. Was that not what our parents were telling us? Don't forget the child of whom you. But now, they say sharp, sharp. Juba sharp, sharp. Say the guy don't hammer. That guy no slack. He just starts. Say I don't buy car. He don't build house. I don't ask, where did you get the money from? Nobody asks question. They say boy don't hammer. Reputation. Benefits are up there. If for nothing, it attracts goodwill. And one thing about goodwill is that you don't buy with money. And one mistake that put question mark on your vision can also mess up your goodwill. So goodwill is very good because integrating operation, very easy thing. Every organization works, whether big or small, has 2 broad, which you agree with me, internal or external. And the external can be micro or macro. And they have very serious effect on how you operate. Environmental realities means what? The complex, which we call the vulgar environment. Very volatile, uncertainty, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. That makes decision making very difficult. Now, those are the factors that impinge or determines the reality of what you do. I remember yesterday we said there are 7 key disruptors, even before COVID-19. That technology is one of them. You know the time it was, anybody who has Turaya is a big man. I mean, in Nigeria, Turaya. And one minister even said, telephone is not for everybody. If you remember that. But what is telephone now? Who is telephone for now? So, these are the things that These factors constitute the context in which you operate, you act, and require you to adapt in order to achieve your goals. You can't complain. You must adapt to them, to the VUCA environments. The 3 layers of environmental realities again: controllable environment, the one under your control, the one you can determine. Direct influence, those who work with you, which we call the task environment on day-to-day, and then the bigger one that's actually not. For example, if there's a policy today, I think yesterday when I was in Abuja, the head of service directed that they should reissue the 8-year tenureship circular. That directors who have spent 8 years should be immediately. Well, at the time it was cancelled under the last administration, I myself never knew it has been reintroduced. So they are beyond you. So no matter how well that director is performing, that's what I'm going to. No matter how good he is, you can't what? Retain him again, except as a contract staff. That person must leave. I mean that lie. So those ones are outside you. There's nothing you can do. You must just comply. The issue is comply. So integrating environmental realities into development planning involves shifting from treating the environment as a separate sector to embedding it as a what? Cross-cutting issue across NDDC or the Commission operational what? Areas. Or let's take an example of buying ordinary AC. No, there are different types of AC. Dual inverter, something, a lot of them. So which one are you buying? Instead of doing like in Ascon, we have decarbonized Ascon. Instead of saying we are buying diesel, we are running Ascon now almost on what? Solar. You can see that now. So it requires a holistic and iterative approach that combines scientific data, local knowledge. Please, this one is very important, local knowledge. Don't think people who didn't go to school don't have ideas. Don't think people who didn't go to school don't have ideas. That local idea, you can't buy it in Harvard. You can't. So listen to them. This is why we say even a gatesman may chip in something that you, with all your elitists, will not even know that can help you and can solve a very big problem for you to ensure. So let's look at the meaning from the. So how do you do it? You must have your data. You must be data driven. That's how this one is taken now. Strategic planning and policy design. You must deliberately put that on then implement. If you design and you don't implement, you have not done anything. Again, back to the stakeholder engagement. You must continuously engage. I wanted to paint my house some years back. And my kids say, oh, Daddy, no, there must be one color here, one color there. I said, is my house a shrine? But you know, women will deceive ourselves that we get house. No, it's the women that own the house. If I leave first stack on Monday, I go to Badagry, I don't come back till Friday or Saturday morning. Sometimes even Sunday, I just come and change my car and go back. They say that is what is trending. So if you paint the house, not in the way they want, this old school man. I don't know if your kids have ever called you old school. Even me, my wife said I'd be old school. And I also tell her, okay, I agree, but let us go into University of Lagos. Both of us wear jeans and t-shirt with face cap. And let's see who will come back home with something. Monitoring, and I think the other group mentioned the monitoring. One of the things we find out with after the fourth country program 1997, when we started doing project management and monitoring evaluation as a course in ASCON, was we go to different states so that the participants will get practical example. While for every 10 donor support projects, 9.9 will be successful. For homegrown projects, 9.9 will almost be a failure. I repeat, for every donor support project we go to, 99.9 will be successful. But when we come to homegrown projects and policy, 99.9 will be a failure. What makes the difference? I want to tell you is what they call monitoring and evaluation. We don't want, what are they coming to look? What is their problem? They are coming to publicity or something. No, they want to be sure that what you said you would do is what you are doing. Why is that a problem? Now you say you won't buy 10 units of this. Someone's going to say, did you buy 10? They're supposed to be 10 mm. Are they 10 mm? But don't forget, it's not your money. You are holding that money and finance in trust for the what? The citizens. And for public officers, we have to keep reminding ourselves that it's not, our mentality is that it's a personal, once it's given to me, it's personalized. No, it's not personalized. It's for the system. So a lot of things are there to do under each of them, but let's just, for the sake of time, let's, no, I think I've gone too far. Why build resilience? The answer is there. How to build? We said it must be proactive and system-wide. Yesterday I talked about all of organization approach. That means everybody should be on the same page. It makes life easy for all of us. If you don't build, what are the issues? It means you are not going to recover from anything that disrupts your activity. And one of them is that there will be systemic collapse or prolonged. You will not be able to do anything for a long time because you didn't prepare for. Then disruption, what does it mean? Unexpected, outside the event, beyond your direct control. I've talked about policy pronouncement. 8-year tenure. There's nothing you can do. You must. They are unexpected, often uncontrollable. They arise from broader environments, just trying to also, and they can be what? Slow-moving trends. They are outside your control. They are unexpected in nature. They have impact on your operations, and there's need for you what? To adapt. Forms, it can be sudden. Yesterday I said you can do gradual or frame breaking. So it's the same thing here. They can come sudden, abrupt. COVID came, nobody was expecting it. But it can also be what? Creeping. At what point does your child fail an exams? A course in school? Is it when they write the exams? Answer is no. It's been crippling in little by little. You didn't take note. They do classwork. Like their father. Next close 2/10. You can see it. They do tests 3/20. What does will happen to that child when he or she writes exams? What will happen naturally? But if you have been following the child performance, sir, what is this? All my kids attended Unity School. And my friend said, Dada, do you know somebody else? I don't know anybody there. Ask me the trick. Once you get number one, you must read primary 6. Madam will tell you, no, primary 4, you can even go to secondary school. There's a distinction between being brilliant and being matured. They are two different things. So you must read primary 6. So from class 4, I'll buy this Ugo, see Ugo. I know Go, see Ugo. Purple, red, black, and red. Abi, you know those books. So I will not get you a teacher that will take you for 2 years consistently. How will you do the exam and not pass in flying colors? So you must be able to know. Some will creep in. We talk about culture. When the staff come to your staff come late to work and you keep quiet. It does it the first time, second time. By the time you do it for 1 month as a new staff, what have you told the staff? That is a normal thing to come late to work. But when you come late the first time, say, hey, young man, come here. What time am I supposed to resume here? 8 o'clock. If you come tomorrow, I'll give you a query. Some staff will dare you. You agree with me? Madam asked the question, says, those who are stubborn, you also do what? Carrot and you eat the stick. If there's disruption, what are the impacts? There can be supply chain failures, people can't move around, you can lose money, your staff they get burnt out easily because they are using so much energy than they ought to do. And of course, it can lead to the death of the organization if you are not able to come out of it. How do you mitigate it? You diversify. Scenario planning, I'm talking about if they say, okay, you are talking, I'm just trying to say, assuming this happens. From experience, if I have a program in some states that the flights are not stable, and the program is going to start on Monday, by Saturday, one or two of my staff will have moved ahead. Because you may get to the airport on Sunday, they will say, fine staff are on strike. I mean, not be so. The client won't listen to your stories. They have paid you. All they want is deliverables. Clients are not paying for excuses, they are paying for deliverables. So you build buffers and then continuous monitoring. Why do you have to leverage? Let me see. Let me go back one thing. What do you mean by leveraging partnership? Very, very important. Strategic approach that combine resources, expertise, and networks to achieve outcomes that are impossible or difficult for one to do alone. I told you the story yesterday when I started writing international papers. I will wear agbada and they say, oh, this paper is, but I didn't write the paper alone. I leverage other people's what? Intellect. Ayuba will look at the idea of the paper. That people will look at the tenses. You know, some of you went to high school, some went to grammar school. No, there are two different things. High school and grammar school. So the other man is the grammar school man. So we look at it, grammar. He went, he came, you change it. This is a high school English. So you are leveraging, you are combining, tapping the best of each of your networks. 1 + 1, of course, will never be equal to 2, but 11. Always remember, partnerships are considered critical for accelerating progress, bolstering innovation, and driving system change across various operational areas. Why? We said it enables you to achieve sustainability, if nothing else. How to leverage partnership, very clear, very straightforward. Structure for success. Let me look at this area of where do you leverage partnership? It must be an area that aligns to what you want to achieve. I told you of a board member that said we should be doing pure water as ASCON. And I said, if we make 1 trillion naira from doing pure water or bottled water, does that align with our mandate? So you must leverage partnership around your area of mandate. Very, very important. Scalable. What does it mean? A system or process capable of what? Expanding in size, scope, or capability to handle increased work or demand without sacrificing performance, quality, or service delivery. People use the word multitasking. Multi what? Our madam, they sabi multitask. As they are cooking, they are talking on phone. They are using one eye to watch Telemundo. I don't know how they do it successfully. So we want to ask the staff we want to bring in, can you multitask? It got to a stage when I'm writing paper, whatever challenge I'm saying, they say, that man is there. From the living room to the room, you see all manner of papers. It got to a stage I will be writing 2 papers simultaneously. Dada, how do you do it? I said, now God do. I'm being able to work, expand your capability beyond the normal without compromising what? Quality of your service. How? Automating processes. We talked about automation this morning, that we are moving to the next level. And I must say this, the head of service office have said by 31st of December last year, they don't want to collect any hard copy. It must be 100% automation. But the question is this, have we put in place necessary infrastructure? But in your own case, I think you don't have problem with infrastructure. But I can tell you most ministries, agencies do have problem with that. Building a robust team. Talk about the team yesterday. Adopting the right technology. You know, we are used to buying state-of-the-art. But do we have what it takes to maintain state-of-the-art? Not the one that when anything do paka, they say we have to import. That is not sustainable. You must be mindful of what? Your peculiarities and environment, because there is no one-size-fits-all solution to such problems. You must be very careful and then maintain a customer-centric focus. That's a citizen, because your job is to satisfy the citizens. Anything you do must be, how will the citizens see us doing this? Let's go to sustainable impact. What does it mean? Measurable long-term effects. Going back to the issue of what? Legacy. Measurable long-term effects. It involves moving beyond complying with regulations. They say we should do this, so it means the planet, the people, and the profits, which is the service you're delivering. How are they seeing it? Characteristics, it means long-term orientation. You must think ahead. You must be purposeful driven. You must engage the stakeholders. It must be measurable. Or what you cannot measure, you cannot improve. It must be measurable. And it must be what? Regenerative. Moving from doing less harm. Most of us now, when we build our houses, of course, we say times have changed. As a local boy in Shita, we grew up knowing flower beds in front of houses. I don't know if you have the experience, flower beds. Now, later we have small fences like this. Now you build a beautiful house. The fence you have in your house does not even allow you to even appreciate the house you build inside the compound. Things have changed. Instead of leaving the green grasses, you do interlocking. That's how to show a big man. So you want to do less harm in terms of ecology. This is about saying yes. Is there a difference between impact organization and sustainable organization? The bottom is that impact organization has a core, a specific purpose to solve a specific social or what? Environmental problem. While sustainable says what? Operate with a focus on general economic success while managing and reducing. So you are trying to make the people, the planet, and the profit while solving the problem. In essence, there's a ripple effect organization has on the world, aiming to ensure that the business exists in harmony with what? Environment. So there's nothing we do now. I'm sure you guys do EIA with a lot of projects on the lot of projects you do to be sure how will it impact on the environment. If it has negative impact, how do we mitigate it? And if you know it's going to have a very massive negative impact, you say what? We can jettison that what? Project. Conclusively, therefore, repositioning NDDC for strategic impact requires what? A comprehensive whole of organizational approach. Shift that moves beyond simple restructuring to aligning with what stakeholder needs and build up that environmental what? Resilience. Therefore, in today's highly volatile operating landscape, this involves what? Transitioning from a product-only focus, that is project only, to providing sustainable, value-driven solution and embedding resilience into the what? Organization what? Core DNA. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take questions and answer questions, reservations. I'm sure I just spent 10 minutes. Yes, my sister will be 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Even said 2 minutes. Reservations, observations, questions. Okay, madam. Thank you, ma'am. You see, the women are the ones that love me most. Yesterday, a woman has questions.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Imabong Ikwere. In your focus area 5, you talked about strategic collaboration, and you talked about sustainable impact as well. And under that strategic collaborations, I want to ask a question concerning collaborative decision-making and partnerships. I am in CRD, Community and Rural Development. Effectiveness of stakeholder engagement and environmental resilience initiatives, ensuring NDDC's interventions are both strategic and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the answer to the first one is very simple. Let me answer the question by telling you one short story. As told by a friend of ours, he went to ABU and they asked them in school, where do you want to work? It was a bank. I said, no, I want to go and join Nigerian Customs. You won't go work for government? Oh, they say, why? He said, do you know my mother sells lace in Lagos Island? In Balogun. So I want to be able to help my mother to be bringing in lace. Custom officer. But what is the major job of custom officials? To end smuggling. But someone is coming into the system to what? To aid smuggling. So those three people you call the NGO, the community chair, and what have you, what exactly is their interest in your project? You must know that one. And you need to address each of their peculiar interests. And depending on how much influence and power they also have. Like I said, some of them, you have to give them small contracts. If you know the person has very high power and very high influence, we say you involve two way. They know all they want to do. There's nothing hiding. So it's for you to bring them on board, know what their particular interest is. There are allegations of community leaders who they give money to help community and they corner. Is that not true? I've been a lie. So no matter how well you preach to that man, you are just. But what? Okay, Baba will give you this contract, but you must do a move. Because people from Abuja are coming to see it. If you don't do it, EFCC will come and carry you. And if you see that you start from yourself, have you actually done due diligence yourself? Then you monitor the impact of your engagement on the success or failure of your project. If people say yes, we agree, and you send people there to go and contractor there, and they beat the contractor up, have your engagement worked? You have sat down with them and they say yes, they agree. You even give them money. You now send a contractor to go and do the project and they beat your contractor up. Also, some group of other people now come and say, no, oh, Chief Wallow, never give us the gram and say one work here. Waiting there. Do you know, look, guys? No, they say our fees. That tells you your agreement is not successful. So you go and do monitoring evaluation. What did we do wrong? I've had, most of the things we talk about is stakeholder engagement. We bring the people who want to say what we want them to say, what we want to hear. Not those who tell us the critical realities of things. And then you give them money. So it's about monitoring evaluation. And starting with yourself. I call it objective OSA. Objective self-assessment. This is how it works. In Africa, if you are working and you hit your foot on something, you will stop. Sir, right foot or left foot? Abi, if it's right foot, it's what? Good luck. But Mama P will not give you Jonathan Jordan. Abi, it's good luck if it's right foot. But if it's left foot, hi! Who did I first see this morning? Oh, who did I first greet? Huh? That means that his mind is not clear. The way he answered me, I knew his mind is not clean. But in developed world, once you hit your foot, this is what you hear. Don't be stupid. Look at where you are going to. Because what you hit your foot on was already there. You were stupid not to look at where you are going to. That's why you hit your foot on it. It doesn't matter whether it is the right foot or it doesn't matter. But when it tells somebody you are stupid, yeah, they say no abuse. But the man say abuse, he say, don't be stupid, look at where you're going to. So we must be ready to take, do objective self-assessment, and then go do effective monitoring and evaluation. Thank you. I hope that answers your question, ma'am. Any other one? On this one, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Olubenga Dada, MNI. Please, let's put our hands together for him. In course of this session, Mr. Dada took us through a key area which resonates with us, managing institutional reputation as perceived by the stakeholders. A socially constructed reputation and perception, if managed well, can build enduring goodwill by consistently aligning organizational values, stakeholder expectations, lived experiences, and communicated narratives in a way that fosters trust, credibility, legitimacy, and sustained relational capital across diverse stakeholder groups. And partnerships are considered very critical for achieving sustainable success, as effective engagement begins with doing due diligence and organizational awareness. Please put your hands together for him once again. Executive Director, directors, ladies and gentlemen, our next facilitator needs no introduction. Yesterday, Dr. Collins Edebre took us through a practical deep dive on operationalizing performance, consolidation at the departmental and unit levels, challenging us to strengthen coordination across directorates with clarity and discipline. Please join me as I welcome Dr. Collins Edebre. Today, he moves us into the Applied Strategy session, focusing on translating strategic insights into action, strengthening board management execution alignment, and defining clear repositioning priorities for 2026. Please welcome Dr. Collins Adebri.
Whoa. Good to be back. My job is very easy. I come at a time when people are not allowed to sleep, and when we are sure that we can practicalize all that we have been hearing. To be honest with you, since yesterday, there's been a lot said in this place. Strategies, ideas, things have been spoken. Ideas have transpired. My job in this session is to look at all the strategies that have been canvassed and see how we can build priorities out of those ideas. The truth of the matter is we can't do all things. And the focus of this retreat primarily is 2026. So we're going to be working together again just like we did yesterday, but maybe in a slightly reorganized group, because I see some tables are empty, some are half filled, and then some are fully filled. So I'm going to just introduce a new principle on how we regroup into discussion groups today. But before I get there, let me just point you to, simple times, what we can make of all the things we have heard. From yesterday, you heard a lot. And then ongoing projects that were presented. From the SOP to this morning, we talked about the automation project. We talked about the master plan and all of that. This session is a test to see whether you have been listening as well and taking notes. So when you get into your group, how much you're able to contribute to that group will tell us whether you have been in here or not. You can be here and actually be in a building site. You know how it is, your body is physically here, and then you are working on could be in a big shop or in a market, as it were. So we'll be testing that. So how do we move from strategy to impact? Because if we speak all of these strategies and we walk away from here today, nothing. We would have achieved nothing. So this part, you're going to walk. You are leaders of the company. You're going to walk out what you think us on in 2026 as a start. What should be the priorities? And I'm sure the executive directors and even the board, they are looking forward to seeing what the outcome from this retreat is. So we are going to start putting together what the outcome should look like. And then, of course, there'll be other things to add to that at a later stage. Admittedly, we cannot work it all out today, because working it all out means that you have to identify the priorities, talk about the timelines, the resources needed, what success story will look like, and all of that. We may not go that deep today, but we should be able to identify what those priorities are, define them, and I've made it simple. When we get there, I'll show you how I have made it simple. But let me share some thoughts on how to move from strategy to impact. So today is about moving from good strategy to visible impact. That's what we're doing in this session. Bear that in mind. The session objectives is clear now, and I will just keep that. The thing is let me align this. The thing is to define clear repositioning priorities. You'll be hearing reposition. What are those repositioning priorities for 2026? I can bet you that if we do this well, even you'll be proud that we didn't just come out to Owerri. We came out and we are going back with something. Why strategy matters now? Strategy must now translate into measurable impact. If you leave it as strategy, it doesn't do anything. 2026 requires sharper execution, not new plans. Yeah? I heard today about plans that have been in the books. master plans that have been rolling, and all of that. And I like the question when the EDFA say, when do we start executing these things? So no more plans. Let's talk about execution. Repositioning is about how we deliver, not what we believe. You must bring out your belief now and translate them into reaction. The missing link is strong strategies fail at execution points. And that's where we are always where we have been. There are strategies. If you open the books, great strategy, but it's execution that matters. Please, I'd like you to say execution matters. I didn't hear you. No, everyone is not saying it. Say it again one more time. That's just to be sure that you are flowing with me and then we're all awake. Gaps often occur between board intent and management action. That's the second level. So when you are decided to, made up your mind to execute, what happens between board and the management team is a different matter. So we'll need to find some alignment there and see that we're able to execute. I hope that this session will close that gap to some extent. I will share some thoughts on board and management misalignment and see whether that can help us. Okay, just to teach the basics. I know we all know this. Strategy alone is not enough. What is strategy? Direction. And we've been dealing with strategy and direction since yesterday. Execution is actual results. And that's what we are concerned with. Impact is the sustained value for stakeholders. And Mr. Dada just took us through all of that. You know, talking about resilience and the environmental impact and all of that. Stakeholders. And the answer to the question that my sister asked, again, is about stakeholders. What's their need? Have you done the analysis of their needs and all of that? So whatever answer the group is coming out with today has to be that. How does NDDC ensure its strategy translates into visible development outcomes? People are getting tired of stories, and we must make them know that we are hearing them and we are doing something about it. So why is repositioning critical this year? In another 1 year or so, we'll be in for another round of election as a nation. And every time you do election, development outcomes, that's the cry of development outcomes. That's the cry of everyone now in the country. And it gives us an opportunity to reset NDDC, institutional effectiveness, and public perception. How do we change public perception of NDDC? Those are the things that you should be thinking about when you do this short exercise that we're about to do. So for us, we want to focus on execution, alignment, and final results. We're almost there. So move from strategic insight into action. We need to prioritize a limited number of high-impact initiatives. We can't do all. We can't think of all. Beautiful strategies, beautiful ideas, but just few initiatives that will be impactful. We'll assign clear ownership and timelines. Like I said, we may not do much of all that today. If you get the frame of your impacts or your priorities right, the rest, we can take it back to the workplace, align resources to priorities, monitor progress rigorously. That will be when we come up with the detailed plans around the priorities. Okay, I said I was going to share some thoughts on board management, execution, alignment. Because everything can go down at this point. The board, in the case of the commission, powerful. But they are usually not long-lasting. So while they are there and we can get their support, there is need for alignment. The first one is that there has to be a shared understanding of whatever we come up with here today. So we take it to the board and we all have to agree that these are the real priorities. And once we can get that support from the board, then we know that we are on the right path. Very important. There has to be shared, understanding. There has to also be a clear distinction between governance and execution rules. And I think we thought ahead from the SOP yesterday and a whole lot of things. I think we're already on the right track in that direction. And then when we are done and we've agreed what they are, there should be regular performance and progress reporting. And then the board will then take its position to challenge progress as we move on. I'm eager for us to quickly do these discussions. I'll skip this. It's something we can talk to the board and management. This is all more like the details, what they need to be able to ensure that they get results as we move on. Okay, so in defining NDDC priorities for this year, we have to put on these lenses, very important. You have to think about the impact on Niger Delta development outcomes, improvement of institutional credibility. And I've designed this in such a way that we can focus on institutional credibility as well as stakeholders' expectation. Efficiency and effectiveness of operations, sustainability and long-term value. Of course, those two are given. So we could look at the core mandate delivery environment or internal capability, or we look outward to external stakeholder value and credibility. So for me, these should be the focus areas. Stage. Again, we'll skip that because I've spoken around it. Okay, so in summary, repositioning requires focus, discipline, and execution. There should be alignment between board and management. There should be fewer priorities that are well executed, that drive greater impacts. And I'm saying that 2020 is an opportunity to reset NDDC's performance narrative. And that should be the cry in our hearts as we get ready to leave Owerri. We must make sure that we are going with something tangible and something that we want to really showcase. Now to the assignment. Our time is short, so okay, that's just conclusion. Repositioning succeeds when strategy, leadership, and execution. Those are the three elements are deliberately aligned to deliver impact. So remember, in strategy, we're moving to the role of the board and management with leadership, and then how do we execute? But in there, we need to define what the priorities are. And this is what brings us here. So this is going to be what we'll be working on. What is different between yesterday and today is that we're all working on the same thing. Every group is working on the same thing today. Every group is working on the same thing today. Now, where a table is less than 6, I will have to borrow somebody from a table where there are more than 6. For example, this table, there are 6 people now. There's 6 in the next table. But in the next table, they are less than 6. So merge with the last table. So I'm expecting only 3 groups from here. A first table, second table. The last 2 tables become a group. Yeah. What are you going to do? Identify 3 critical repositioning priorities for this year. One of them should be internal, or institutional. Building capacity, internal capacity, something that's more internal to us. And 2 should be external. Yeah, very clear. Don't do too much. Simple discussions from all that we have heard. Where should NDDC focus this year? As a way of, changing perception, making the right impact, doing the thing that people would now begin to say, yes, we are touching their lives. Define success outcomes for each priority. Maybe just one success outcomes. And propose immediate next steps for execution. Number 3 is key for me. So what should we do about it now? Don't go too much into details. Because going into details here is another round of work. And it can be done after the retreat. But let's just get those priorities right. That's what I want. Okay? So this table, you have 5. And the next table, they are like 9. Can you have 1 or 2 people volunteer to join this table, please? My brother in the right cap, please join them in front. Yeah? Okay. Join them in front. Then the next table, you are more than 6, you are 6, you are good. And then the other tables, you are good. You are good. 10 minutes only for discussion. Get into your groups now, please. Let's do it quickly. Let's do it quickly. Let's do it quickly. Let's do it quickly. 10 minutes. You may want to relocate to the back. You may want to stand. You want to sit. Let's do it now. This is very simple. You've heard so much since yesterday. Pick out those things that should be priorities for you this year that NDDC should focus on. I know there will be many things coming to your mind, but don't do more than 3. 1 should be internal or institutional. 2 should be addressing the needs of external stakeholders. That's like the Niger Delta, even the nation, every other person that has interest in NDDC. Please, let's move. Let's move. We're fighting for time. We're fighting for time. So we're going to be straight with 10 minutes. Let's move into our discussions. Move, 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 move. Move, please, move. Move. As you're beginning to talk, think about who's going to report out for you quickly. Report out today is just going to be 1 minute each. 10 minutes for discussion. We're going to be straight with time. If you name the priorities, say 1 or 2 things about how we can step out to begin to execute it. But if you end with the priorities, that's fine by me too. That's fine by me. Can we move? Let's move. The whole of this session, including report out, should be running up around 3 o'clock or 5 after 3. So please move. Let's move, let's move, let's move, let's move. I like that group and the other group, they're already on. This one used to be one of my favorite groups, but you have not started. All the groups around here are busy already, and I like that. Top 3 priorities that the Commission should focus on this year. 1 of them, internal or institutional. 2, to address concerns and needs of external stakeholders. Concrete priorities, please. Concrete priorities. You have done 5 minutes, so you have 5 minutes to go. Don't do too much debate, no too much arguments. Just throw up the priorities, hang them in your group, and see the top 3. 1 should be internal and institutional, and 2 should be external. Straightforward. Thank you very much. Your time is up. We have given you extensive time to do this very straightforward and simple assignment. So we'll just take let's get back together. Let's take the feedback. And this is where I think rapporteurs, you should be very sensitive. A lot will come out from this short session. Thank you. Priorities. I know it will bring some argument, but no problem. It doesn't have to be one personal view. It's what we all see as ranking priorities that should prevail. Okay, these people are still busy. I want to give them the honor of starting. So can I come to you guys? Yeah, come. Where's the other microphone, please? Yeah. Please, let's give some respect and audience to the presenters. Yeah, if your team want to welcome me, we'll take a clap, that's fine.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. My name is Evon, representing the group, the second group here in the left-hand side of the aisles. So looking at the first question also there, identify 3 critical repositioning priorities for 2026. 1 should be internal, and then 2 external. Yes, in the internal, we identified the ongoing NDDC automation process to be one of the very critical repositioning priorities in 2026. And then we identified the externals, 2 externals. The first externals we identified was for the urgent need to carry out assessment in the community, needs assessment to enable them buy-in to our projects in 2026, robust need assessment. And the third, the second external is to improve stakeholder engagement, as in the high-end stakeholders like the government, the governors, and the National Assembly, who are critical stakeholders at that level. So if we can carry this out effectively in 2026, we're going to have better outcomes. Then number 2, we talked about define success outcomes for each priority. The success outcomes in automation is like it's going to make us be more effective in our service delivery, in our operations, save time, reduce costs, and then decision making will be more precise and the organization will be more effective. While as we are going to eliminate paper, it's going to save costs also.
So you're talking about benefit now.
Yes.
Success outcome will be the percentage of people.
Yes.
Who catches the vision.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, not really the benefits.
Okay.
We already know the benefit. That's why we're going to
Okay,
it.
okay, yes. A lot of our staff will buy in because of the engagement we may have carried on them. And then we have a second one, like our stakeholders, our external stakeholders will be better informed because we have the standard operating procedures in place. And then we are guided now. We are guided. So those frivolous demands may not be coming because, yes, we might have engaged them. That right now we have the rule books where we have boundaries. So those demands to do everything at the same time may not come again. So those are the success outcomes. Then the immediate steps for execution. We identified what we call this to set up a steering committee. Yes, the steering committee will be set up that will work plan and objectives to be clarified. We have a defined work plan to carry out. Then we have a robust monitoring and evaluation to be carried out. And then we have capacity expansion, capacity building for the operatives of that exercise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's important. Let's clap for him. Clap for the group. The thing about this is, I hope the committee we set up will not become the priority for the working throughout the year. Yeah? So we need to put very strict timelines to some of those recommendations. The next table, please. Thank God we are getting a lady.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
From Group 3. So the first...
Tell us your name.
Okay, my name is Dr. Mrs. Lolo, Corporate Governance. So the first, number one, we talked about the internal one, and we said the standard operating procedures that we're working on right now should be the real thing we're looking at, because if we're able to get this standard, these SOPs into all the departments, it will be able to strengthen the structures, the institutions, and then with that, everything will fall in place, just like we said yesterday.
So SOP is a must release this year?
Yes, for internal
okay, you are from corporate governance, so
yes.
I understand.
Then for the external ones, we talked about, just like they said, comprehensive needs assessment. If we're able to get the needs assessment from the communities, it will be easy for them to own their projects. And it will be easy for us to know exactly what they want and give them exactly what they want, not what we think they want. Because development is all about what the person you're helping wants, not what you think the person needs. So we have to reset that and make sure that we have like a detailed, comprehensive needs assessment. I mean, for the whole local government areas, we have about 185 local government areas in this region. Yes. So for each local government area, it would be nice for us to have a real register so that we work with that. And then as we keep updating, it just forms the basis, the foundation on which we build our projects. And I think that will help. Then for the third, okay, the next external one, we talked about collaboration with more partners, more donors, not just doing things ourselves. When you leverage with others, there's more synergy, and they might have expertise that you don't have, and they'll have more funding for us, especially with international partners.
Okay.
So those are the external ones we talked about.
I almost want to stop you, not because you didn't do the other parts, but because of time.
Okay, sir.
Yeah? Let's appreciate her. Next group, please. I think the rapporteurs will be interested in these things that you have done. So you probably need to write it out a bit.
Good afternoon.
And somebody from there will pick it from you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yes, we are looking at...
Your name, please.
My name is Wilson Mokumo. The first issue I'm looking at, we are all talking about SOPs and digitalization. But for us, we know that the process is still imputed. And so we talk of the payment procedure, current payment procedure in NDDC. And the second one is external, which is the needs assessment we all are talking about. Okay. And then the third one is legislative override and stakeholder inputs.
Okay. This is...
all right.
Okay.
The payment procedure currently going on, for us, is too bureaucratic. Take, for example, project files. When the originator of the file, PMS, they have already processed it. It will then come to internal audits. An internal audit, that is the current system now. The internal audit will audit and still take back to PMS, who originated it. And the same PMS will now review.
Yes, please. Your name, directorate.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
With due respect to our executive director and the management staff, my name is Brown Norbert, Director, Akwa Ibom State Office. Because this will serve as a guide for us to go handle each of our programs and projects respectively. It will also speed up the rates and direct us on each of the steps that we have to take to put the commission in shape. Then, that is the internal. And the external, we have to consider stakeholders' engagement.
Wow.
And then we apply the bottom-top approach. Make sure we bring them in. Let them tell us what they need, and not we imposing programs or projects on them. Then, number two, we have to strengthen our PPP with development partners. Because most of the projects, we implement do not have sustainability. But if we bring in development partners, they will own up this because they have a stake. Their money is involved, and they want to get back their money. And by so doing, they will protect the project and also for the image and the name of the commission to be redeemed.
Thank you. Thank you. You made the point. In fact, you did more than we expected you to do. You gave us 2 internal and 2 external. Follow me, Paul, to this side. Okay. Let's take the feedback from this side. Let me first congratulate those of you who used to be there but relocated here these days. So you have the capacity to accept change. And I like that. Okay, let's start from the front. We started from the back the other time. Start from here. Okay, Chidi, you want to step out?
Anyone is okay.
Okay.
Or can I stay here? Which one do you think?
No, step out. Let's see you where.
Over to states or to local governments, after a short while, you find out that project is nothing is happening there.
Yeah.
So that's where, even in government today, they have the concept of asset recycling.
Yeah.
In this concept now, they're looking at all what they have in several areas. How do we... Then the second area we also identified is that our project most times are socially driven only. And that is not the concept in this modern world.
Mm-hmm.
Every project you're doing must have an economic element. If it doesn't have an economic element, it is not sustainable. So now, why do we emphasize this? Federal government sometimes mention the issue of investing on infrastructures, gas infrastructure. That was one key.
Yeah.
So if you come to our region today, we have the gas, we have the oil, but we've not talked about tapping into it in such a way that it will ignite development within the region. For instance, we are just discussing something right now. Some of the government came up to say, a Canadian government, we are just reading it now. They came up to say they want to enhance their EV infrastructures.
Yeah.
So now, look at us. If we actually want to emphasize on that, why can't we look at putting up infrastructures like EV stations and all that? When those things are there, you find out that many people will want to buy EV vehicles. You buy EV vehicle in Port Harcourt, you don't have where to charge it. Now we talk about CMG. Now you want us to transition from the normal fuel, the fossil, and then to go into CMG and all that. Yes, it is cost effective because you spend less. So, but people goes into CMG and they don't have where to go to the station and fill up their CNGs. It's not visible. So
Thank you very much. Okay. Your point is made. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You showed your point to me. I was carried away. Next table, please. And I like the way people use your areas of work and brought it into your priorities. That's beautiful. Partnership is the name of the game.
Dr. Enzelo is smiling. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, EDFA. My name is James Odafefole again. I'm from Group 2 on this wing. The first critical priority, repositioning priority for us is that to have a successful implementation of the new performance management system in line with the provision of Chapter 5 of the Public Service Rule, there must be a deliberate delineation of jobs. Job descriptions must be properly cascaded to every individual employees to align with the SOPs in order for effective management of performance. Because if it is not cascaded to every individual employees, we cannot have key success areas, we cannot have key result areas, we cannot set targets, we cannot also have key performance indicators. It becomes imperative, therefore, that HRO, corporate governance, and the drivers of the agency performance management system, which is planning, research, and statistics, have a very deliberate handshake to ensure that this is done for every employee to have their targets and every employee to be properly measured, because we are going out of the normal regular perform and those with high-weighted examinations, and every employee will be measured on the basis of what they do. So it's very imperative for that to be done. Secondly, we also observe that there is a challenge of image of the commission. The commission, we have done so much, notwithstanding these very good things we have done. Operation Light Up the Niger Delta, which is very laudable. People are reading, even in the night, with our street lights. But then we have a challenge of people that are being owed backlog of projects executed and are not paid. A number of them have died in the course of processing their payments. A number of them have died on the way, accidents, when coming to Port Harcourt to pursue their payments. And this one is also not giving us good image. It is taking us back. While we're trying to say, yes, we're doing this, and management, to give kudos to this current management, they've set up a committee to ensure that they verify a number of those projects. But it is not enough for us as a committee, Group 2, to set up this committee, to help that committee work better. We are proposing that it is important to reduce the number of new projects that will be awarded within the year 2026 and make deliberate provisions for funds to be kept set aside for the payment of these legacy debts. And it is nothing in the NDDC Act we identify stops us. Nothing in the NDDC Act. Nothing stops the commission from generating fund. Therefore, we are saying that it is important that the commission find a way of generating fund. Maybe we begin to put on our business thinking caps, set up business models. Perhaps we put on funds somewhere that will be generating income to enable us to pay these legacy debts quickly. Or we can, in line with the PPP, we have JVCs. Apart from the oil and gas revenue, apart from the oil and gas in abundance, resources in abundance, we also have waste materials that can be converted in the region for us into fertilizers, into biogas and all that can generate income for us as a commission. We don't need to manage it. We can go into partnership with private sector organizations like the JVC models of NMPC, and that will be generating income for the commission. All we need to do, let the people be doing it, let them be running it as a private sector driven thing, and the commission is getting what is due the commission. Then we also identify the last thing, that there is need for deliberate post-intervention evaluation of our projects and programs. That should be handled by the Directorate of Planning, Research and Statistics that has been mandated, charged to do that. If we don't do post-intervention evaluation, very deliberate, using all the different project designs and all that, to do that, we will not get the proper feedback of our interventions. It is important that we do this. When we do this, we'll get the true position, a true and fair view, as the accountants will say, of the state of our programs and projects.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very thoughtful. The last group, I know we made those two tables. Well, these are very profound priorities that we are stating out, coming from us. Our job will be to see it in a retreat report, and our management will look at them very intensely.
Good afternoon, sir, the EDFA. Good afternoon, directors. My name is Ngozi Aninimba. We are the last group. First of all, although the last speaker has mentioned most of the things we want to talk about, the first one, identifying three critical repositioning priorities. We identified person to job fit exercise, which has to do with the performance management he talked about. We also identified the SOP and automation. We believe that these three should work hand in hand, and we are hoping that that the outcomes, I want to take it line by line. I'm hoping that the outcomes should be the percentage of number of staffs that are able to catch up with this person to job fit exercise, SOP, automation, and all that. And so that their performance will be tailored to or will align to the corporate goal of the commission. So that's under, so we're hoping that in the next 3 months, the SOP automation will be completed, then automation probably in the next 6 months or before the end of the year, that should be completed also. Then under external, we looked at project harmonization. We need to harmonize all our projects. We need to know what projects are completed and are waiting payments. What are the ones that are ongoing? What are those legacy, identify those legacy projects, and then do needs assessment as well. That's going forward. We need to engage stakeholders more to identify what are those things that will give us quick wins. So, and then also, we also need to automate our projects. You know, we also need to automate even the way we relate to contractors so that when they don't need to come to our office before they get payment. There should be a timeline. Say, oh, when you finish this job, maybe in the next 3 months you get paid. And it's certain, everybody knows that after 3 months of doing NDDC job, I'll get paid. I don't need to come to the office to follow up my files. I don't need to come to the office to know where my file is and stuff like that. And so when we do things like this, the outcomes will be transparency, accountability, will build trust, and we can also be able, when our activities are transparent, we'll be able to assess international donors because they can just key into our system and see what we're doing and see how we're using our funds, and they will be able to partner with us to raise more money. And by so doing also, we'll be meeting up and fulfilling our vision, mission and vision statements.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You said it all. That's why I'm saying thank you. Thank you very much. Please appreciate her. Appreciate her. Just one word summarizes those 2 last points. It will raise the reputation and the public perception of the commission. Well, what else can I say? This commission has talents. We've got the brains. We know what the issues are. Yeah, if we didn't know, that would be a bigger problem, but we know them. And we have talked about them and talked around them today. We will ensure that the repertoires capture this very well. And when the report of this retreat is put together, we reflect all that you have said. And those of us outside the commission will be eager to hear and see what decisions we make. But 2026 retreat must produce results. Thank you for playing your part and making the session result-oriented. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins Edebri. Please let's put our hands together for him. He just took us through the applied strategy session, ensuring that all hands are on deck. And of course, he has identified that we have the requisite knowledge and experiences in this hall to make it work. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together once again for Mr. Collins Edebri. Next is our facilitator. He's not a stranger to any of us, but I'd like to respectfully invite on stage Dr. George Uzowanne as I read out his citation. Please put your hands together for Dr. George Uzowanne. Dr. George is taking the 8th session for this retreat on health and wellness talk. Healthy leaders, strong institutions, the role of wellness in organizational performance, and his brief focus areas are leadership, health, and decision-making effectiveness, managing stress and preventing executive burnout, work-life balance and productivity, wellness as a performance and sustainability strategy, and then personal responsibility for health in leadership roles. Dr. George Uzowanne is a seasoned administrator and public health policy expert from Oguta, Imo State, with a distinguished career spanning clinical practice, health systems management, and public policy development. He began his professional journey in the life sciences as an optometrist, progressed to qualify as a medical doctor, and further trained in ophthalmology. He holds a BSc in optometry from the University of Benin, an MD from People's Friendship University of Russia, and a diploma in ophthalmology from the West African College of Surgeons. He also earned a Master in Engineering and Public Policy from McMaster University and an MBA from the Rutman School of Management with doctoral research interests in climate change financing. Dr. Uzawane served as a Senior Public Health Primary Policy Development Specialist in the Commission with extensive experience in disease control, public policy formulation and implementation, rising to become Director of Education, Health and Social Services from his retirement, before his retirement on January 1st, 2026. He is a member of the Nigerian Medical Association and the Ophthalmological Society of Nigeria, a fellow of the Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria, and a member of the Ontario Society of Professional Engineers, an advocate for artificial intelligence in healthcare and engineering modeling. He has leveraged his experience and networks to strengthen primary healthcare delivery and public policy systems in Nigeria. Fluent in English, Igbo, Yoruba, and Russian, Dr. Uzawane is also committed to global medical missions. He is happily married and blessed with 3 daughters. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the podium for his presentation, Dr. George Uzawane.
Thank you. I don't know whether it's me she was describing. I even wanted to employ myself now. Thank you. But thank you, all this courtesy of NDDC. I came here, I think, with just 2 degrees. But over the past 25 years working with NDDC, I ended up with, I think, 6 or 7. Thank you, NDDC. And that's what NDDC does to all of us. They add value to us. I think it's an opportunity. I actually prepared to speak to us for an hour. I've been told 30 minutes. So I'm not even going to bother with all these slides that I prepared so that we spend more time really interacting because it's health, wellness. And thank you, Mr. Dada. He gave one chart of high interest, high influence, low, you understand? Remember that chart? In the past 10 years, most of us seated here were in the low interest, low influence. But the mere fact that you're here today means you've been catapulted into the high interest, high influence. And why I say so is that before, your health was only about your health. But today, each one of you here sits over your health, your wellness, and all your staff below you. Some of you have 40 staff, some have 80, some have 50, different numbers, but you are now responsible for each and every one of those staff. And I think that is where wellness comes in. Is it important for us to be well in the first place? For me, I think so. But before I start, I hope you don't mind. I don't want to stay up here. Like I said, I want to make it interactive. So with your permission, EDFA, please. So I'll be going around and we'll just be talking because we're here to teach ourselves on how best to maintain our health, to give NDDC the most productive output of ourselves and the staff that we're managing, right? So how many of us have done our medical checkup for the past 3 years? Raise your hand. Good. Excellent. How many of us have done it in the past 2 years? How many in the past 1 year? Fantastic. That is the reason why I didn't bother to use all these slides. Because NDDC is already an organization that cares about its staff's health. And I think you should give yourselves a round of applause for that. If I list some of the health programs, We have the health insurance that is statutory, right? The commission pays for your health care for your wife and 4 children below the age of 18, right? Under the health insurance scheme. We have the annual medical checkup, which the commission pays for. And then cases where we see people that cannot be treated with conditions under the healthcare, the commission has a medical referral program where they treat people to the extent that we even send people overseas for surgeries. Am I right? And while working in NDDC, I am not aware of any staff that had a genuine health need that the commission declined. So I think you should give yourselves a round of applause for that. It means the commission cares about his health. And I'm actually happy the MD is not here. I'm not too happy the DFA is here, but I'm happy. Because it will look like I'm pre-singing for them. But they've done well, to be very honest, compared to many other organizations I've given these same talks in. But the people who haven't done very well are the people themselves. 80%, I keep repeating this, over the years, of preventable deaths we've had in the commission were preventable. 80% of them were preventable. And one thing we found in common was that 80% of those people who we lost did not have their medical checkups. So they died of things that were not caught on time. They were serving the commission, but did they serve their families by dying? No. So the whole of this talk is for all of us to develop strategies on how to be healthy, more productive, and retire well to our families. That's the most important one. If you, some of you who saw me about 4 or 5 months ago, you know my weight. I was 138 kilograms. I've come down. I'm below 118, and I'm walking towards 100. My target is to go to maybe 90, 95. They will say, you don't retire, money no day again. But I'll be living longer. No, but you understand what I mean? In Nigeria, we think when you have a big belly, you are huge. They say, in the chop. Now lie. How many rich billionaires have you seen that are fat? Most of them died when they were 60, 65, or even below. So we must look after our health. We must. How many of us here know our numbers, our blood pressure? Just raise your hand. Okay, that's good. How many of us here know our cholesterol? You see fewer hands. Okay. How many of us know our BMI? Excellent. We're trying, but you could see that the numbers were reducing. There are some numbers we must always know. Your blood pressure, you must know it. Your blood sugar, you must know it. Your BMI, that is the relationship between your weight and your height, you must know it. And your cholesterol, you must know it. If you have those 4 numbers under control, you are good. Now, we have what we call work-life balance. Oh, by the way, I need to disabuse our mind on something. When one of the speakers was speaking, he talked about women multitasking. By the way, let me let you know something. There is nothing like multitasking. The human brain is not able to do 2 cognitive things at the same time. It doesn't work. What the brain does is what we call task switching. And really, when you're, and I want some of you to listen. As I'm talking, some of you will be on your phone. Let your neighbor ask you what I said 3 minutes later. You will not remember. Because you can't be on your phone, for instance, and hear and process what I'm saying. But if you are folding clothes, you can be listening to music. So automated functions can be done while you are doing cognitive functions. But like talking to the DFA and listening, taking his instructions and looking at the phone and reading the MD's instructions, it doesn't work. You become less productive, you stress yourself more, and you develop a part of your brain that later gives you stress. We call it the frontal area. Because you are trying to force too many things happening, and that's not how God wired our brains. So, that being said, What exactly is burnout? Burnout is, I'll give you an example. There was a time I was with one of the guys, and I had my phone in my hand. He said, call so and so person. My phone was in my hand. He said, call so and so person. And I said, where's my phone? Where's my phone? And the guy was looking at me like, he was looking at me. I didn't understand why he was even looking at me. I said, let me get my phone, sir. He said, don't be your phone, in your hand. And I looked, and I saw my phone. That's an example of burnout. Has it happened to us? Where you be wearing your glasses, you are looking for your glasses. You see your first child, you call the last child. Most of us here in NDDC tend to be at the burnout stage. When you burn out, you are not producing. Yesterday evening, I took some pictures that I wanted to show, but I won't show them anymore. But it was pictures of MD and 21 people at various spots of the restaurant. 8 directors were with him. Alagwa was there. Some had files, big bags of files. And MD was, the poor man came down to eat. And that was his mistake. Everybody brought their files for him to sign. Now, of course, during programs like this, you have what they call a surge. That is okay. You use the opportunity to get your things done. But when you do it every day, it becomes chronic. And when it's every day and chronic, what happens? We have what we call cortisol belly. We have what we call stress hormones. It deposits fat on you. Where does the fat go to? Guess where? Your tummy. For women, the back of their neck, and some other parts of the body that I shall not be specific about. So when we see ourselves with big stomach and our mopos are walking behind us, just know you're walking towards the grave. I'm sorry, I'm calling the way it is. Can Alagwa stand up, please? Just stand up a bit, please. Steve Austin, are you around? Steve, Oneremi, please, can you stand? Dr. Kokon, stand. Pastor. No, the other Dr. Kokon. Pastor. Then my brother, stand. Now, I've called different people that have different body shapes, but this is the ideal way you should be looking at towards retirement. I've called only the men, I won't call the women, so I don't enter trouble. This is the way most of us should look at when we are retiring. Sit down, please. I've known Steve Onerime for 42 years, right? 42 years. Since I was 16 then. That's how he's looked ever since. But you know, in Nigeria, if Mopo sees him and sees me, Mopo will stop him and pass me. No, the thing is that Steve does exercise morning, afternoon, night. But don't do too much exercise, because if you also do too much exercise, it also gives you cortisol, right? So we must target to do exercise of at least 30 minutes, at least 3-4 times a week. You're not preparing for marathon, but do that exercise. You understand what I mean? Make sure that exercise is part of your life, your daily routine. You wake up in the morning, do some body movements, right? Exercise yourself, then learn your time management. I was listening to the director 1, director 2, director 3, director 4 yesterday. Directors 1, God has blessed you by giving you director 2, 3, and 4. Delegate work. Delegate work. Don't do everything yourself. Because God forbid, if anything happens to you, director 2 or director 3, or even somebody from somewhere else will take over. The work will be done, am I right? I remember a very painful episode some years ago of one of our staff who took ill, and his boss called me. You know, I was on call. Please come to, so and so person is sick. And I rushed there. It was a Sunday. you know? And that particular staff was unconscious, everything. You know what the director told me? That they are supposed to submit something to the EDP the next morning, and that he has the password to the computer. That is there a way they can get the password? That was his interest in calling me. Unfortunately, we lost that particular staff. That password was not gotten, but I know the job was done. That job was done. So there's no job more important than your life. You know, you see somebody living a better life than you now, by your own definition of better. Sometimes it's not necessarily so. I was sharing with Chooks and some other colleagues one time, the first time I bought a Range Rover, I think at a very young age, maybe 20-something years ago. And when he had his first problem for servicing, 150,000 naira. You know what 150,000 naira was? Say 25 years ago. I was just a hungry medical doctor in Lagos. I managed, I did it, fixed it. Then he had what they call balloon. The balloon now had problem. In those days, they gave me bill 250,000 naira, and they would buy it in Dubai. Luckily, I had a neighbor that was coveting the car. He was always eyeing the car. So I called him one day. I said, "You still like this Range Rover?" He said, "Yes." I sold it to him. 6 months later, he knew he made a mistake. So please, let's stop looking at each other. These fingers are not equal. Each of us has his own life and destiny to live. A director that you think might be doing better financially may be looking for a child, may be looking for a wife, may be looking for good health. You don't know. Draw your own life and reduce the pressure on yourself. Burnout affects a lot of us. We should endeavor to get at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Which one of us here sleeps up to 7 hours? I don't think most of us here. How do you want to do it? If I use the EDFA, for instance, from here now, you go to Ogubolo. From Ogu, he will go for another meeting, political. At the end of the day, they will manage 3 hours. But some of us who have so many things, what do? I want us to be real. I hope you're not recording this, but sometimes you now know you are going home to meet your wife. And you know that equipment might not start. So what do? You go and buy alomobitas. What are the other things they use? You know, stimulants. You put caffeine, 80 milligrams of caffeine, you add Red Bull, you put the other one, then look for small Viagra, small roots. Now women have added coconut. Is it coconut? No. Anyway, the women know what they give their husbands. And you take. And that engine starts. But when the engine starts, do you know if your heart can carry the work? It might be good to die happy, but don't die yet. It's not your time. Do you understand? It's not yet your time. They are not giving you marathon. I don't want picking finish. So just try and sleep. Sometimes sleep and rest will help you do well. Do your exercise. Watch what you eat. You know, during the tea break, there were 2 lines, and I also took pictures of the 2 lines. On one side was the tea and the break, and the other side was good breakfast. The line of the breakfast was longer than, and I saw some people eating with 2 plates. Salad, plantain. That one particular director is his food I'm mentioning. Salad, plantain, the beans, watermelon. There are 2 other things. Then on the other plate, rice and I said, it's supposed to be tea break. I said, I know that Patterson wants to give us a good program, but we did not come here to commit suicide. But that was his tea break. And he's my brother, so I was watching him. 30 minutes later, he was sleeping. So I used time to go to him and kicked him so that he won't snore, because they had warned us not to snore. You understand? But we repeat, we do this every day, don't we? Repeat it. When we leave here, we go and eat all our food. In Russia, they have a saying, eat your breakfast alone. Share your lunch with a friend. Give your enemy your dinner. That's the importance of food. The most important meal is breakfast, because you need it for all the work you're going to do over the day. Then you need a moderate lunch. Don't eat too much. Dinner is actually not important to us once we pass 40. But because our bodies are used to dinner, eat something, but eat something light. But that's why they say, give your enemy your dinner so that I can kill him. So let's all learn this, to start moderating what we eat at night. Reduce it. If possible, don't eat after 7. Okay? Because what we eat, so we talked about food, your health checks, exercise, and sleep. But most importantly, reduce your workload by delegating. The other parts of it that you don't want director 2 and 3 to know, that's what makes you the director. Let them do their work. Yesterday we were talking about directors writing memos. I'm sorry, but if you're a director and you're still writing memos, it only says one thing, that you did not train your staff well. This is an opportunity to train your staff. As a director, you have no business writing memos at all. No business writing memos. Your principal managers should write your memos. And they send it up to your deputy director or your director 2, who reviews. Your business is to sign, read and sign. So your business is check the I's, cross the T's. Not been approved, right? But I know it will be approved. Not been approved, right? But I know it will be approved. Why should I wait for the money? I just went and I did my checkup. And I came, and the reason why I even did it was I wanted to compare it to the ones I've been doing. You know, now that I'm retired, I want to now enter the market. So I want to make sure that I'm healthy. And luckily, they checked everything good. And I'll send my reports to Dr. Pat so that she helps me manage it. Because even if the commission doesn't pay for medical checkup, shouldn't we look after ourselves? But I know people, I had one of my people who used his medical checkup to buy a car. Sadly, he died. That guy is on the block in the village because nobody wanted to buy a second-hand car. So let's prioritize our health. That's where my talk will finish today, so that I can actually take questions or comments on how we can improve wellness programs. For instance, the commission has most of the ideas for wellness of directors and staff have actually come from executive management. The commission is putting up a crèche now, baby crèche for nursing mothers, right? So that they can have their, they can know that their kids are in a safe place. And there's nothing as good as that. The commission is also putting up, where is Mr. Chooks? The HBOT, the hyperbaric oxygen therapy. I think the people are here who talk to us for a few minutes about it. It's basically useful for people who are diabetic, or no, pre-diabetic, for people who are hypertensive, for people who have any heart problem. You go into an oxygen therapy, an oxygen chamber, it's compressed oxygen, right? Compressed air, and they pump in oxygen at 100%. So what that does is that it forces oxygen into every cell in your body. Because sickness comes when we don't have enough oxygen. Simple. Simple, that's all. That's because of sickness. So when that oxygen is forced into your body metabolizes well, rests well, and reverses a lot of things. If you are pre-diabetic, you can deal with it. Of course, if you add the other things, you don't have to become diabetic. And even if you're diabetic, the control will be better. So I guess they'll speak about it. But once it's completed, please let us use it. Because some people just say, I beg, they just give contracts. No, they did not just give contracts. Those things will save lives. They will. And your lives are very important, not to the Niger Delta, but most important to your families and to yourselves. Thank you very much. I'll take questions or comments for a few minutes and ideas.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ubon Utuk. I just want to make a suggestion. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have. Hello? It wouldn't be a bad idea to have a gym in the office. Why I'm suggesting this is it's going to support and encourage a lot of people to do exercise. Maybe you can do it in the morning before you go to work, or you can do it at the close of work. Thank you very much.
Dr. Pat, that's your vision. But then you heard me say about using the ones that already exist. The commission got a clubhouse for NDDC staff. It has a gym. How many of us have gone to that clubhouse? Recreation. But the people who go to the clubhouse, let's be honest, what do we go to the clubhouse for? It's recreation to drink 21 years, 15 years, 80 years, eat mpobi, eat. You understand what I mean? So that's an excellent idea. It's not a bad idea to have a gym with showers in the commission. People can come in very early, use the gym for 30, 40 minutes, and that's it. But also remember that some years ago, the commission actually did club membership, gym membership for us. Utilization rate was less than 10%. Less than 10%. Okay, and let me even make us a bit not too happy. Yesterday we saw 48, your medical team, sorry. The medical team saw 48 people yesterday. 48. 12 people had high blood pressure. So those 12 people are seated amongst us here. But none of us here should have high blood pressure if we did our medical checkup last year. Because hypertension is a preventable disease or manageable disease. So nobody should have been able to walk into this room with high blood pressure. How come? How come? So it means there are still people who have uncontrolled high blood pressure, and you are directors now. The pressure is even about to double. So let's be aware of that.
EDFA, good afternoon. Fellow colleague, good afternoon. Dr. George, you just mentioned something that's really bothering me here. I need a personal guide. You know, most of us, when we get to the office, we do some ethic work, and some of us even forget to even eat our breakfast we take to the office. Why I'm saying this, you said from 7 p.m., anything heavy, don't eat it. But at times when I get home, you know, I'm already used to maybe I want to eat rice or I want to take swallow. And maybe at times I say, let me just encourage myself. Let me take something like maybe coca oat or maybe pap. But when I take it, in the midnight, are they hungry? So what would I do now? So in case of maybe eating that light food, I say, make a kukuma blow Gary first. I will take Gary and sleep off like that. So I don't know the effects it will give me. So I just want you to guide me on that so I will not fall into a victim of maybe walking into that place you said, oh, God forbid.
Thank you very much. You see, and that's why I like this program. I said we'll make it interactive. Because you see, we're dealing with real issues. And God, you are very correct. You are not the only one. You are not the only one. For the past 5 months, that demon, I used to call that demon Wagugu. That used to make me wake up in the night, open my fridge, take food that they put in the fridge, go and warm it in microwave. And you know that it's not fruits you pick. Inside your room, you have already kept apple, strawberries, all those things. Banana, mango, right? Orange. But the one that is sweet to your brain is the soup. So at 2 a.m., you're right. So you're not the only one that demon attacks. But the reality is that start small. It has a lot to do with discipline. Before we're eating for our body to grow, for us to get taller, finer and everything. Now we're eating just to replace dead cells. That's all. You're not eating to grow. With some discipline. Starts by whenever you have that, you can rest. But when you are still working at 11 p.m., won't you be hungry? And then you eat and sleep. What happens? Instead of your body to repair dead cells, it's working on the food you just ate. Now, cortisol comes in. Because cortisol does not want, cortisol is that hormone I told you, stress hormone. Cortisol does not want all the other parts to suffer. It starts dealing with the food. And what does it do? It converts it to fat. If you notice, I don't know how many of you, but when you get home, take off your shirt, and then look at your breast. If your breast is competing with your wife's breast, you're in trouble. Because what happens is that men develop man boobs. You understand what I mean? All those muscles you had here now get soft and flabby. So muscle starts changing to fat. Don't worry, don't check it here. When you go home, use your wife's bra and check. You understand what I mean? So you start losing muscle and it starts becoming fat. Then that fat also goes around your internal organs. Welcome back, sir. It goes around your internal organs. Then you have what we call fatty liver disease. Abi? It goes around your kidney. It just goes around this area because this is where the work is when you want to digest food. So start little. Don't try to stop it overnight. It's just discipline, especially when you know that the end point is aging well, in good health, for your family. Not for the work, but for your family. When you retire well and you're looking and you're healthy, you enjoy the money you've made. You don't want to be giving it to doctors, do you? I mean, even though, you see, most of what I've said, you just want to cry. Or for no reason you want to fight someone. By the way, directors, if any of your colleagues suddenly, who is female, suddenly starts fighting you, and there's no reason, please be patient. Don't go after her, don't attack her. They may be going through menopause. We have to be very understanding and encouraging to them. It's just a phase. And it's not a disease. It is not a disease. It's just a phase of life. Okay? More questions, please. Maybe we just take 3 more questions so that, this is what I told you about health issues. Because people, they are practical. Please give. Thank God it's a woman.
Good afternoon, MD, EDFA, and their colleagues. What Barrister Gordon raised is very apt. But that happens to everybody until you get to the point of no return. You're hungry at night. You like, someone like me, I like small chops and I like fried plantain. It's not good for your health to keep doing it. Despite all the medical checkup, despite the medical advice, they won't follow you to your house to implement it. But it gets to a point where see you, see grave. You make a decision. I got to that point last year, and doctors called me and said, Madam, you can't continue like this. Nobody told me. When I get home and I get hungry, I remember when I was critical, and I lose appetite for that thing immediately. It's not a doctor that will tell you, not even your family. You have to get to the point where you know that either I do this or I go. And you see your mates, older than you, healthier than you. When I look at someone like Mrs. Madime, sorry, trim, nice looking, no illness. What kind of food have I seen that I cannot control? So I told myself, since that last year, and like Dr. George said, by the time you do it, I cut off night food. My own, once it's 5:30, I'm done. If I must take something, maybe I just take tea, green tea. Within a month, I was surprised that my vitals, I checked my sugar level today when I came, 5.2. Last year it was 7.9, 8 point something. No medication, lifestyle changes. I still eat my plantain, but the frequency is reduced and the time of the day
no more night food. So we can all get there. And like he said, the pressure is mounting. I want to retire alive and healthy. I want to go and meet my children and my grandchildren. So no amount of food is strong enough to make me forget and get carried away. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just take only 2 more questions. Let's limit them to just a minute each so that we can round up because there are still other things that need to be done.
Okay. Good afternoon, MD CEO and Executive Director F&A. My name is Tess. So an Egyptian doctor told me, he said, it might be genetic because I wonder, I live in the same house with my wife, I live in the same house with my children, everybody passes cholesterol, but I fail, not even that I'm so large. He said, just try your best, it might be genetic. So I was wondering if, because we've done exercise, we've taken drugs, and yeah, the results are not very positive. I was wondering if there is anything we can really do about that.
Okay, I'll speak with you outside about your cholesterol. There's no problem. But about the meal pattern, you should have the number of meals you need in a day. But like I said to you, breakfast is actually the most important meal because you're going to need energy to work. Lunch, moderate. Dinner, as light as possible. Dinner is the one you should even skip if you need to skip meals. But 1 meal a day, I would not advise. The Greeks eat 5 times a day, and they are some of the healthiest people in the world. So it's different things for different cultures. I forgot to also mention to you, directors, please take advantage of that. There are some people who say, I don't want to know whether I have cancer or not. But the good thing is that 90% of cancers are treatable. Nobody should die from breast cancer, for instance. Nobody should die from prostate cancer. If they catch them early, they are 100% treatable. You understand what I mean? So please, when Dr. Pat them implement that program, please let's all avail ourselves to it. Okay? Thank you. Yeah,
Okay,
Judy,
yes, yeah.
I think that's the last question.
Yeah. Good afternoon, MD, EDFA, and colleagues. My name is Judy Fayeson. So I want to ask a question about weight. What if you have your obese and you have stubborn fat in certain parts of your body for which you have exercised, you have gone on diet, but it's just still there, the fat is still there. So how safe is liposuction? How safe and effective is it?
Okay, liposuction is very safe and very effective. But there are 2 components to it. You have the component of the mental part, which is the discipline one I was talking about. Because if they do liposuction for you, tummy talk and everything is flat, but you are still eating like normal, after another 6 months, you go back. But don't forget that healthcare is also business for some people. So they're even happy that you go back and eat, because you come back to them after 1.5 years with a new stomach, and they'll charge you another 5 million. It still depends on you. Stubborn fat is us not adjusting to the reality that we are now old. Well, rather, we're now older, and our body does not metabolize the same way. And of course, when fat is pushed to the front, it's hard to push it back. It must be converted back to sugar. Like for me to lose weight, what I did was that I ate no carbohydrates for 5 months. And that was one of the most difficult things for me. My love language is food. I like good food. I cook. But for 5 whole months, I was eating grass and meat. And the stomach, by force, came down. I started seeing my shoes. And hopefully, I'll still do another 3 months of it before I go back to a new diet. That my new diet will not have any Coke, sugar, cake, chocolates. It's discipline. So liposuction is safe, but if you have not dealt with the mental part of disciplining yourself over the food intake, then you are still going to put on stubborn fats after a while. So it's that discipline first that we need to struggle. And like Ahuna just shared with us, it's a personal decision. Nobody can make that decision for you, not the commission, but only you yourself. But at least everything that the commission has done for you, use and make sure you stay healthy for your family, for yourself, for the commission, and for the new subordinates you have over you. Thank you very much. Sorry, the MD has a comment.
Well, I think mine is just a contribution too.
I want to thank you, Dr. George, for your presentation. I was not here at the earlier part of your presentation, but at least from the later part, I could understand what the beginning was, especially from the responses from the participants. I just want to say, sharing with all of us, that when it comes to health, we must understand that the most sustainable treatment for every ailment is change in lifestyle. Medication itself has its own side effects. You're treating one thing, that medication is. And once the body starts changing, you must understand that you also have to adjust too. So at the time the body needs sugar to grow, at the time the body needs excess of probably protein for you to grow, but you have stopped growing. You are no more growing. So whatever you're taking at that point now becomes excess. And once it becomes excess, that is what now brings about certain ailments such as diabetes and the rest of them. So it is now left for you to also adjust yourself too. Just like as Dr. George said, discipline. You must discipline yourself. Self-love is the best love. Even the Bible says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. That means you must love yourself first. That is why these days you see people, we are working very, very hard for society. Even stress which you're undergoing itself also undermines your health. So do not compromise your health further with the kind of food intake you consume. So the age you get to, you must also understand that alcohol itself does not also give any nutrition to the body. Alcohol also compromises your health. So you start reducing some of these things. It is not easy. Even me that is talking, that might sound as if I'm the preacher man, it is not also very, very easy. I am not saying do what I do, but I'm only just preaching for you to do the right thing. Not everybody have that strength of character to be so disciplined. But as all of us as we are, we can live longer if we choose to. We can live longer if we choose to. Everything is lifestyle. If you're supposed to die at 90, you can live up to 120. Everything depends on how you manage your internal organs today. Aging is all about the aging of your internal organs. The skin reacts to how healthy your internal organs are. Your face reacts to how healthy your internal organs are. If your internal organs are weak, it is going to reflect on your body. So it is not the body, it does not matter the kind of cream you rub. If you like, rub the best kind of cream, it will not work. But it is the health of your internal organ that reflects on your outer skin. That is what people will look at and say, oh, you look healthy. Like at the time, I stopped alcohol for almost 4 months, and people saw me and said, you're looking very fresh. That is to tell you what alcohol was doing to me. So stopping alcohol actually made me healthier. It is not an easy thing to do, to discipline yourself, especially when you've developed such a habit of being a social drinker, and you go out to see your friends drinking and you don't drink. It makes you look as if you're antisocial. But whether you're antisocial before people, you have to also love your health. Love your health. It is not pleasing people that matters. Please yourself. When it comes to your health, learn how to be selfish. So apart from the issue of change of lifestyle, the other one is also exercise. Exercise is also very, very important, because your kind of job makes you sedentary. And because your kind of job makes you sedentary, most times you sit in the office from morning till night, and you go home, you're tired, you just want to sleep. So know that you must make out time to exercise the body. So no matter if you like, change your diet, but if you don't also exercise too, your joints, your body will not also respond to your change in lifestyle. So the change in lifestyle, exercise, they complement each other. And as much as they are complementary, but if you have certain serious ailments, please take your medications, especially for those who are hypertensive, make sure you take your medications, religiously. Do not stop them. Do not break them. Nobody should deceive you to say, I went for this crusade, I am healed, so I'm going to stop taking it. Take your medication. I always tell people, Jesus Christ said, when I go, men that will do greater works than me will come. Medical science was given to man by God for man to take care of himself. As at the time those men of God were there, probably there was no hypertension. Probably there was no diabetes. But God knows that, yes, time will come when all these ailments will come, and man should be able to find a result and a cure for them. So it is wisdom, it is knowledge from God. So it is nothing that is against the Bible. So if somebody tells you he has healed you, yes, believe that you're healed, but please stay with your medications. And also, finally, please, we know that there are so many medications that are being sold online in the social media. Most of those medications are not known to medical science. Some of them, they will tell you that it is going to reduce your weight. You don't know the components of those medications. You take them, it reduces your weight, but you don't know what you're going to face in the nearest future. Please, anything that was not prescribed to you by your doctor, please don't put it in your mouth. Because the easiest way you will die is what goes into your mouth. It is not what you breathe, but what goes into your mouth can kill you very, very fast. So some of those things you see on Facebook, some of those things you see online, that if you take it, they advertise how in 2 weeks you're going to lose weight. You might lose weight in 2 weeks, but it might shorten your life too by 10 years. You don't know. So none of us know. Anything that is not clinically proven for consumption, please do not consume it. If even you want to take them, please also discuss with your doctor. Let your doctor also test them to check that it is good for you. Because health issues, certain medications that are good for you are not good for me. Because it worked for you does not mean it's going to work for me. Because our body have different compositions. We don't have the same blood group. We don't have the same genotype. We don't have everything the same. So whatever works for me may not work for you. So meet your doctor. Let them give you what will work for you. Your prescriptions should be based on what is good for you. I believe if we follow all these instructions, we're all going to live long, happily.
In this class, you all agree? You could have just given this because he wasn't here, but he said 90% of what I said. So please, you see that word selfish. MD also used it. He said you should do self-love. So please, be responsibly selfish about your health. Not NDDC projects, about your health. Identify one change you can make today. Whether it's night food, whether it's alcohol, whether it's smoking, whether it's Alomon Vitas and Viagra, whatever it is you can identify, pick one, start with it. And I wish all of us, as MD said, long life and prosperity in good health. Wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for Dr. George Uzowanne on healthy leaders, strong institutions, the role of wellness in organizational performance. Chart your course in life and be at peace with yourself. Live right, eat right, exercise, and prioritize to avoid burnouts. Most importantly, delegate duties. Your life is yours and more important to you. And the MD CEO crowned it all by saying, you are what you eat and drink. Take action, be responsibly selfish. Please put your hands together once again for our resource person, Dr. George Uzowanne. The MD CEO, while you were away on another official duty, we had Mr. Dada, Joseph Olubenga, MNI, take us through the repositioning, the Commission for Strategic Impact through Stakeholder Alignment and Environmental Resilience. And he talked about strategic stakeholder mapping and engagement, managing expectations and institutional reputation, and ended with leveraging partnerships for scalable, sustainable impact. And then we had the applied strategies session taken by Dr. Collins, debris. It was quite engaging and result-driven. Thank you so much. To wrap up the session on health and wellness talk, I'd like to invite Dr. S.A. Kelsey from Whole Care Medicals Limited. And the topic she will be treating today is applying innovative medical technology to curb the increasing prevalence of workplace stress and chronic disease in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. Please put your hands together as we welcome to the podium Dr. S.A. Kelsey.
Thank you, everyone. The MD CEO, the EDFA, and the directors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about workforce stress and also the chronic diseases in the Niger Delta region. So I have 15 minutes. Thank you to Dr. George and also to the MD CEO for already, speaking on most of what I'll be talking about. So I'll just go through my slides quickly. Okay. Okay. So we can see that there's an epidemic there's a slum and die epidemic in Nigeria today. And this is because of the epidemic in the chronic diseases that we have in Nigeria as a whole and also in the Niger Delta region. Speaking about wellness, which Dr. George already made his presentation on, we understand that wellness is more than the absence of disease, but it is a proactive process. So it's a continuous process that we take prior to disease. So prior to when we're ill, we have to start to take steps towards making sure that we optimize health so that disease doesn't even come in. And even when it does, our body has the ability to, take care of it at that time. So all of these are the different dimensions of wellness, which I wouldn't like to repeat. So workplace wellness is very critical because Dr. George spoke about burnout, and all of this happens just through the resilience that we have in managing stress. And stress on its own is not a bad thing. Stress is the body's ability to keep you alive. So when there's stress, all of your physiological responses changes so that you can be alive. A tiger comes into this room, things change. Blood pressure goes up, there's increase in blood flow to your brain, your pupils dilate so that you can escape and be alive. But what happens, and the problem with stress, is when it is chronic. So you have chronic stress, which happens most of the time in the workplace. And I'll tell you the effects of chronic stress, going from increased inflammation and insulin resistance and all of reducing your resilience to manage diseases and all of that. That's bringing down your immune response. So this paper was written by Stanford Business, the Stanford Business School, and it says your workplace might be killing you, which is similar to what Dr. George spoke about. So your workplace might actually be killing you, and you wonder, how is my workplace killing me? First of all, sedentary lifestyle, just like the MDC spoke about. Being sedentary, as we age, we should be moving more, but what happens is we sit, and the longer we sit, the effect is really detrimental to our health. So this is a study that was done in the United States, and it was seen that workplace stress is very significant and is linked to about 120,000 fatalities annually in the United States alone. So this is the US that spends about $5.28 trillion in their healthcare sector and also $2 trillion in the wellness space, but they are still having results like this. So I wonder what would happen in our country, Nigeria, and also in the Niger Delta region as a whole. So speaking about stress, the thing with stress is your body doesn't have the ability to differentiate between real stress and perceived stress. So now a tiger comes into this room, like I said, your stress hormone goes up, cortisol, adrenaline, just to keep you alive. But in the same way, when you have stressors like your work, too much work, family stress, whatever the stress is, the same response comes up. What your body is telling you is there is danger, you need to run. But when you run, you burn up all of those hormones. But in a situation where there's no real threat, but your body just assumes that, okay, there's a threat, a tiger is chasing you, all of those hormones stay back and then cause inflammation. So stressors could be anything from work pressure, workload stress, role stress, career worries, tech overload, conflict/interpersonal stress, family stress, whatever it is, environmental stress, especially in the region of the Niger Delta region, in the Niger Delta region. So this bucket is called your allostatic load, which is your body's ability to handle the stress that comes in. So there may be two people handling the same position, but one person is able to handle and the other person is just gives in at every sickness that comes in, the person is down. And you wonder, like, this is my colleague, we're doing the exact same thing. So why is this a problem? The allostatic load. So your ability to increase your allostatic load or to make sure that you reduce the inflow into that load. And your allostatic load, the size of your bucket could be affected either by genetics. You've been given resilience from our fathers and our forefathers and our ancestors. So you're able to handle more of this stress. Other ways could be through different wellness therapies, breath works, exercising, eating right, and mental emotional support, optimizing nutrition, optimizing your sleep. So all of this could either increase the capacity of your bucket, which is your allostatic load, your ability to be resilient, or drain it. So now the same stress comes in, but because you're giving your body the ability to bring down your cortisol every single day, because stress is inevitable. There's no way we can avoid stress. Stress is something that would always be here with us. Being a Nigerian is stressful in the first place. So for some reason, if we're not able to increase this load, what happens is overflow, burnout, like Dr. George spoke about, irritability, anxiety, depression, brain fog, problems with memory and concentration. And in here, they've said so much, about repositioning the Commission for Strategic Impact in 2026. All of this cannot be achieved without a good workforce, like a healthy workforce, because we know that a healthy workforce is a productive workforce. So if the workforce is all of the people bringing all of these great ideas, if for one reason or the other, they are either ill or they lose the ability to concentrate, lose the ability to even be productive in their workspace, all that we have spoken about today cannot even be achieved. So these are some of the lifestyle changes which the MDC already spoke about. And then we also have some wellness therapies. Going back to this slide, we have wellness therapies as some of the things that can help you either increase the capacity of your allostatic load or help you drain the stress, whatever stressor that it is that is going into that bucket. So some of the things we'll talk about would be the hyperbaric oxygen chambers, the red light therapy, PEMF, cryotherapy, and so many others. So when it comes to the hyperbaric oxygen chamber, so this is a chamber where one goes in and you're able to get in 100% oxygen within a pressurized space. So what this does is it just shows you to be 33 to 45 feet under the ocean. So at this time, your lungs increase in size. It's able to take in more oxygen. Red blood cells are not even needed to deliver oxygen to your distal organs. So at this point, your oxygen is dissolved in the bloodstream, dissolved in plasma, and is taken to your end organs, the brain, the kidneys, the liver, your nerves, and with this, your body recovers. It has the ability to produce over 800% stem cells. So stem cells are just undifferentiated cells. They have no purpose, and they are just cells that are waiting for you to delegate. So as we grow, we have so much there's just so many stem cells. When a child has an injury, they recover quicker than we do. And humans, we are one of the very few mammals who live long past reproductive age. So when we get to that point, the body says that, okay, you're done with why you're here, you've reproduced, so you're good to go. So we don't have as many stem cells as we should have as we age. And so it's difficult for us to recover from injuries. So with this, that you're able to recover quickly. And also there's something called the mitochondria in our cells, which is the powerhouse of the cell. So it's like the generator that powers us to perform our daily functions. So without oxygen, our cell is able to produce only 2 ATP, which is the energy currency of the cell. But with oxygen, it goes as high as 38 ATP.
Forcing millions of Americans out of work. Good Day Wake Up anchor Deshani Whitlow spoke to a long hauler about the treatment that she credits for saving her life.
All right, Deshani. Well, ladies, that long hauler is a New York City school teacher who actually returned to the classroom today. Her orthopedic doctor recommended hyperbaric oxygen treatment. It's a procedure used to treat everything from Lyme disease to long COVID.
I had a lot of trouble breathing when I got COVID.
Until New York City school teacher Denise Protea found hyperbaric oxygen treatments.
So I got COVID in January of 2022, and I was out of work for a good 3 weeks, and I started coming here in June, and all that time I had felt like there was something like weighing my chest down.
She now receives treatment at least 3 times a week at MD Hyperbaric on the Upper East Side.
Hi, how are you? Are you ready for your session?
Brookings Institute found about 16 million working-age Americans are still suffering from long COVID.
Here's your gum, here's your walk.
The debilitating condition is keeping about a quarter of them from working at all.
We knew, and the data was very good about recovering from wounds, and the applications to just recovery from everything else, surgery, surgical wounds that are not infected, and just regular recovery from physical exertion.
Dr. O'Malley, an orthopedic surgeon, runs MD Hyperbaric. He believes the hyperbaric oxygen chamber can treat just about anything.
Studies out of Israel which showed randomized control study that the patients did well who had long COVID, and they did PET scans of their brain. They showed decreased perfusion with long COVID and increased perfusion after doing hyperbaric oxygen.
Dr. O'Malley is also a physician for the Brooklyn Nets and says athletes have been benefiting from the treatment for years.
We started MD Hyperbaric as an idea to improve athletic performance, improve and speed up the recovery from surgery, and also to help with sometimes with some wounds.
And more severe conditions.
For traumatic brain injury, for a lot of neurological conditions, but also from recovery from surgery and just recovery from injuries.
The pressurized chamber is 92 inches long and 42 inches in diameter. It's equivalent to being 33 feet underwater. According to Dr. O'Malley, it's known to treat everything from wound healing, long COVID, and even Lyme disease.
It's been shown to be very helpful for a lot of autoimmune disease or infection-mediated diseases, which we think COVID is, but also Lyme disease, seriously. The high levels of the oxygen seem to be able to kill the Lyme disease, the spirochete in Lyme disease.
So what's it like being inside a pressurized chamber
I'll see you in an hour.
that pushes out 100% oxygen?
It's loud, but it's very relaxing. I've read books that I never thought I would read. I catch up on the news, my messaging, whatever it is that I need to do.
And the comfort level?
Very comfortable. They have pillows in there. I switch them around. I adjust myself. and I get comfortable.
Comfortable but expensive. Each 60-minute treatment costs $300. 10 sessions are recommended, which are not covered by insurance. Dr. O'Malley hopes the Biden administration will change that.
We start to think out of the box. We need some novel treatments. We need to try and find some biomarkers to say you have long COVID. And two, we need to try and do some treatment plans.
Okay, so this photo behind me is actually me in the chamber. I had a treatment yesterday, but it wasn't for long COVID. So hyperbaric actually treats everything from boosting collagen. It relieves joint inflammation. It also helps improve sleep, which, ladies, you know, can be hard to come by, especially working this shift. So let's just say last night I slept like a baby, and that.
Thank you. So when it comes to environmental toxins, I believe that that's something the Niger Delta region is very familiar with. So hyperbaric oxygen therapy and all of the other wellness therapies too also helps with the process of detoxification by improving cellular repair, helping the body to carry out its function and do what it's meant to do. So it takes out all of these toxins, helping the body to reduce inflammation, brain fog, cognitive decline, and just improving overall wellness. And when I'm speaking about the people of the Niger Delta region, you would see what environmental toxicity is doing to us, because the rate of obesity is a lot higher in the Niger Delta region, and this is because of obesogens, which we have because of the environmental toxins. So you do everything. I believe someone asked a question about weight loss. You do all that you can do, but it's not working, and that's because of the toxins we're being exposed to in this region. So a study was carried out it was a year-long study of almost 900,000 servicemen who flew or worked on military aircraft between 1992 and 2017. And the Pentagon found out that aircrew members had a higher rate of melanoma, 39% higher rate of thyroid cancer. Men had a 16% higher rate of prostate cancer, and women 16% higher rate of breast cancer when compared to the other population. And this, we may say, okay, this has only to do with aircrew members. But one thing we should know, that like when it comes to pilots, they work like 3 days and they have the other days off. So this is not just for the aircrew members, but we can also see this in executives who are always flying. So when we fly, there is always hypoxia. Yes, we have the cabin that's compressed, but still we're not even getting up to the 21% oxygen that we get on ground level, on sea level. So that's something we should also look into. So these are some of our athletes, some of the big clubs who use hyperbaric oxygen chambers to improve one, athletic performance, but also think about the stress that they go through. They're playing, and billions of people are sitting down in their homes telling them what to do with the ball. Kick it this way, score the goal. How did you miss that? So that's the stress and the burden they carry every day. So beyond just their physical recovery, it also helps them mitigate stress. We also have our red light therapy that helps to improve cellular function, support tissue repair, and just improve overall wellness. And with our red light therapy, we have the red light and the near infrared light. And all of these different lights are present in the sun. But now we're too busy to be under the sun, or we just run away from it, assuming that the UV radiation will do this to our skin, or we do not even have the time to go under the sun. So what we miss in the sunlight, because we should be exposed to sunlight as much as we can, because if we think back, our ancestors spent all of their days outside. So now we go from AC to AC, and we're not exposed to the sun in any way. So with this, we're able to get that red light and near infrared light from our red light therapy. So how it works It penetrates the mitochondria. You know, like I said, is like I said, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. So when it goes in there, it just helps it perform its function better. Also, we have workplaces that are employing red lights, you know, just to help boost employee health. So PEMF also is another of the therapies that would be there. We have cryotherapy, and this is another therapeutic technique where one is exposed to extreme cold. So we're seeing about negative 79 degrees Celsius. So in here, your body goes through just goes through, to put it simply, a phase of shock. And at this time, your body then sits and says, we're about to die, we need to survive. And then all of the cells that are needed, all of your white blood cells to keep you alive will be recruited. So it goes from a place of vasodilation and then vasoconstriction to help you. So it helps with, you know, pain, systemic recovery. And we can see a picture here. So this is a localized cryotherapy where someone was injured and cryotherapy was used. We see the blue means that there's reduced oxygenated blood in that area. And by 30 minutes later, there was increased oxygenated blood to that area for healing to take place quicker. So these are some of the benefits in the workplace by all of these modalities, from reducing inflammation, improving mood, improving cognitive function, mitigating stress, helping even with low back pain, which is one big problem we're having because of sedentary lifestyle. So that low back pain now with the PEMF is able to help with tissue recovery and overall improvements in health. So this is a continuous glucose monitoring system. This is, the MDCO was speaking about the continuous glucose monitoring system, whereby with this, you're able to tell what food is good for you, what increases your blood sugar level, and what you should eat and what you should avoid. So this takes your readings every 5 minutes, and you're able to tell what a particular meal is doing to you. And at the same time, some people, go for their regular check. Your HbA1c is within normal levels. Your fasting blood sugar is within normal levels. But you do not understand that you might have been going through a process of insulin resistance. At this point, your pancreas is working overtime to bring that level within. Start to make videos, or are there steps we can do? Start to make videos, or are there steps we can do to make sure that everyone is trained to do the right thing, going through their BLS training, having AEDs, so that when needed, the AED is used to keep that person alive. Because brain damage begins about 4 minutes, and then death occurs 10 minutes later with reduced oxygen supply to the brain. So an AED is very essential. Okay. Yeah, so this is a proposed wellness lounge where all of these modalities will be in there. It's an executive wellness lounge so that the executive or the management team would have access to, access to this to help mitigate stress. So this is what it will look like with the hyperbaric, fire and ice, red lights, cryo, PEMF, and just a place to distress. So I'll breeze through this quickly. Looking at the chronic diseases in the Niger Delta region, I was working on chronic diseases in the northwest region of Nigeria, and I was I was amazed at what I saw. But now looking at this, we're seeing from hypertension to chronic kidney disease is a lot more in the Niger Delta region. So much needs to be done for us to help our region be healthier, be it with medications, with education, for them to just do better to help us have a healthier region. So thank you for your time. And yeah. So please, do we have any questions? I don't know if we still have time. Yes, sir, please. The questions, okay. So I'll just take the questions and then answer them together simultaneously.
MDCO, good afternoon. No, good evening. EDFA, good evening. Fellow colleague, good evening. There's something I really want to know from this program, from what the doctor have been telling us from the slide and the rest. You know, MD have been approving money to staff to go and do medical checkup. I think there's a medical center I did my medical checkup, quick quest medical checkup at VI in Lagos. You know, when they attended to me, I was so grateful because they were just treating us they were treating me as if I'm in the hospital, like Meridian, the way they pet us in Meridian. One thing I want to know from, thank God, Dr. George have a new, or we have a new director of EHSS now. One thing I want to advise is just advice. MD is giving us plenty money to go and do that medical. After the medical checkup, when we come back, the hospitals or the centers, they normally send our result back to EHSS. From there, they can see staff that are having problems.
Thank you very much, Dr. Etse Kelsin of Whole Care Medicals Limited. Can we put our hands together for her, please? Thank you for applying innovative medical technology to curb increasing prevalence at the workplace. You talked about workplace stress, family stress, conflict, and interpersonal stress, all of that. And you gave us real-time workable solutions. Thank you. To harp on what the director, DCR, just said, the MD did say that if you do not go for your medicals, you would refund the monies provided for it. So I think that should trickle down to all of the staff. Just for an information before we do the wrap-up, please let's welcome him to the podium, Dr. Patterson Ogon.
My MD, my Executive Director, Finance and Administration, and Executive Director, Project. My colleagues, there is something extremely very important that I thought I should bring to your attention. And that is the fact that as part of this retreat, it's been made very clear that performance does not count if it's also not reported. So reporting our performance is as important as what we have done. And part of what has gone on, especially in planning, is that we have the responsibility of reporting activities of the Commission based on the presidential priorities and the ministerial mandate given by the President. That is done every quarter. So part of our duty as a directorate is to report the activities of the Commission quarterly. And those activities emanate from what you do at the various directorates and state offices. But in the past couple of months, in the past couple of quarters, some of the directorates have done fairly well, but some have actually gone far short of our expectation. So most times reports submitted do not have the necessary documentation, and because those documentations are not complete, we can't also report them. And so even at the presidential level, those activities that we have done, even very well by our own estimation, are not counted in our favor. So I thought it's very important, given the strategic importance of this retreat, to raise that matter here. That directorates with the responsibility of reporting our activities, please, it is a requirement that programs and projects should come with photographs, with geolocations. They should come with all the necessary information that should go with those projects. When we have them complete, we submit them with those information. It counts for us, it counts for our performance. But if it comes without the necessary information required, even when we submit them, they are rejected, and it does not count for us. It's a minus for us. It's extremely very important that I raise this matter, that going forward, even from this first quarter, let's take reporting extremely very serious so that the place of the NDDC and the collective work that the management and staff have done will continue to be in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patterson Ogon. Thank you. The Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, the EDs, directors. Permit me now to invite a member of the International Labor and Employment Relations Association, ILERA. He's also a member, Institute of Strategic Management. He's a member, Nigeria Psychological Association, and a fellow of the Mentorship and Career Development Institute, for his presentation of the Retreat and Resolutions communique. He's undoubtedly very passionate about anything he sets his mind to. He's diligent, committed, and driven towards solutions and productivity of the workforce. The Director, Administration and Human Resources, actually the Director of Human Resources, rather. Please join me welcome James Odafe Foley for the recap of this retreat, encapsulated as presentation of the retreat and resolutions. Mr. James Odafe Foley, thank you so much.
Thank you. MD, sir, the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, the Executive Director of Projects, directors, members of the Management Committee, facilitators, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My job here is a simple one. Just to read the communique and the resolution reached at this 2 days retreat. In a bid to strengthen institutional performance, align priorities with measurable outcomes, deliver sustainable impact-driven results, as well as set a strategic direction for the Niger Delta Development Commission for the year 2026, the management of the Commission convened a management retreat from the 11th to the 14th of February 2026 at the landmark event center, Owerri, where we are, Imo State, with the theme, Consolidating Performance and Repositioning the Commission for Strategic Impact in 2026. The retreat brought together members of the executive management and the directing level staff, heads of directorates, departments, and units to assess the progress of the Commission thus far, identify challenges,
and chart a course for repositioning the Commission for enhanced performance, efficiency, and excellence in service delivery for the year 2026. Presentations were delivered by distinguished resource persons on a range of topical issues, while participants constructively brainstormed on issues affecting the Commission and proffered solutions during the practical and interactive sessions. Following the presentations and interactive sessions, the following resolutions were reached. That the standard operation procedures, SOP, and the governance advisory policies approved by the board, the governing board, shall constitute the rule book of the Commission and shall strictly guide all processes and operations in the Commission. Fund management in the Commission is the collective responsibility of everyone, and this should be reflected in terms of the nature of programs and projects that are conceived and put forward from directorates, departments, and units. Priority must be given to programs and projects that have long-lasting impact on the people of the region. In other words, priority must be given to legacies over transactional projects and programs. Leadership overload can be addressed by strict adherence to the Commission's standard operation procedures. To significantly reduce cases of leadership misalignment in the Commission, staff shall be deployed to areas of expertise and specific skills, and skill gaps in personnel shall be addressed through trainings and retraining. It is agreed that there is a need for the establishment of clear mentoring system and succession plan in the Commission. The Commission shall comply with accountability frameworks to help staff understand their roles and align their services towards actualizing the goals of the NDDC. To reinforce good behaviors, the Commission's performance management system shall be clear on rewards for individuals and teams. The Commission must ensure the enforcement of staff discipline in line with appropriate public service rules and the SOPs. The communication channel in the Commission should be enhanced to ensure official communications flow from the top without evading communication to superior staff in directorates, departments, units. Also, communication gaps should be bridged through regular meetings by respective units in the Commission. There is need to further empower the mission-critical roles in the Commission. These include strengthening state offices, enhanced women empowerment programs, proper project sustainability plans. The Commission needs to be at the forefront of institutionalizing developmental planning. To this end, it is imperative to commence the full implementation of the revised Niger Delta Regional Development Master Plan, anchored on the 7 pillars of the Sustainable Development Goals. Board and management actions should align with the master plan, while the master plan becomes a tool for measurable impact in the year 2026. The Commission must sustain continuous stakeholders' engagement for strategic impacts that align stakeholders with needs. To ensure effective performance system and implementation of the SOPs, the Commission must ensure that every staff have clearly set out job descriptions. To enable the Commission pay legacy debts, the Commission needs to explore other sources of revenue generation other than government and oil and gas companies' contributions by exploring partnerships using other resources that are abundant within the Niger Delta region. The Commission must conduct needs assessment prior to project conceptualization to ensure ownership of projects by the beneficiaries and beneficiary communities and beneficiaries, as well as optimal utilization of facilities. More emphasis should be placed on the monitoring and evaluation, particularly post-project or program evaluation. to ensure that the Commission has proper feedback on her projects and programs. There is a need for harmonization of projects data to determine status of all the Commission's projects to clearly indicate completed ones and ongoing ones, as well as abandoned ones. Beyond the social components of our projects, the Commission should incorporate economic elements into our projects and consider investment in emerging clean energy technology. All staff must commit to lifestyle changes, regular health checks, exercises, healthy diets, and good sleep routine aimed at maintaining work-life balance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my own indefatigable MD, our own executive directors, these are the resolutions reached this day, 13th day of February 2026. A very good evening to us all.
Thank you so much, James Odafe Foley, for encapsulating everything that has been done here in the last 2 days. Thank you very much for keenly listening and putting all of those thoughts together. Alas, we have come to the end of this aspect of the retreat. But before we go, I'd like to most respectfully invite a man that is a thorough finance expert and a fine lawyer, blending processes, systems, and procedures into his wealth of experience. Respectfully, let us make welcome the Executive Director, Finance and Administration of the NDDC, Alabo Honorable Boma Iyaye Esquire, DSSRS, for a vote of thanks. Let's welcome the EDFA, please.
Very good atmosphere of conviviality. Let me use this opportunity to especially recognize the strategists, development experts, the brain behind everything we do in the Commission, the Managing Director of Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Chief Alabo, Dr. Samuel Obuku, the Perese Bobo of Ogu Kingdom. For me, that's the most important title. The rest are, we can manage the rest, but that one is the most important. Let me also specially recognize my friend and brother, the Executive Director of Projects, Sir Victor Antai, PhD, and the man who has made everything possible in Ogu Kingdom, who translate it where you come for your chieftaincy title. It's been very hectic and very, very serious intellectual atmosphere for all of us. But in delivering my vote of thanks, I want to say that the Managing Director has today shown that he is not only a developmental expert, he has also taken a degree in medicine, and also some side lectures in native doctor, because I don't understand. What's his business with online medicine? He don't want the people to sell. He said we should stop taking online medication. You know, the MD, can't you see he's looking good now? His big stomach has gone down. So he needs to tell us how he's been able to achieve all of that. But he told us a little bit. The lecture on pure medicine and the benefits of taking medications. MD, I want to say thank you for that beautiful insight into the little medicine you read in Uniport. But more seriously, I want to thank you. You have done very well. When we came back from the Christmas holidays and you said we were going to have a retreat, I was wondering what's going to happen again, which retreat again. But I can now feel your pulse and retreat. This retreat is all about the executive management and the management of NDDC coming together, leaving the environment of the headquarters, coming to the very serene environment of Owerri, the capital of Imo State, to have these 2 days of conviviality, intellectual atmosphere, and understanding who we are and where we are and what or where we are going to. The objective is very clear. We needed to re-strategize. We needed to come together as a team. We needed to strategize and bring out strategies that will enable us achieve our objectives for 2026. Yes, we can beat our chest to say we have done well in 2025, but we need to do better. And it is this retreat of 2 days that will enable us to do better. I can see all the management team and the executive management coming together, discussing, and bringing out options to enable us to achieve greater heights in 2026. On that note, I want to say thank you to all our lecturers, our experts that came together to deliver these wonderful lectures for us. They were quite interesting. Where do I want to start from? Is it from the strategic implementation or the impact of our strategies? Or do I want to talk about the last lecture, which was about health and wellness? Everything that we have discussed here, including the discussion on master plan development, everything was awesome. I want to thank all of you. I might not know your names one after the other, but as a group, I want to say on behalf of the management of NDDC, I say thank you. For we, the participants, I want to say well done. Having left our comfortable zones and our houses to Owerri, sitting down for 2 good days, discussing, learning. I want to say thank you, and I hope that we will be able to put everything that we have been taught in practice. When we go back, it is important that all the things that we have been able to gain, we should make sure that they impact on our lives and the lives of our subordinates, especially the workplace how to manage workplace stress, how to manage our staff, how to manage those that are under us. All those different learning curves, we should be able to implement them when we get back to our offices. For the team that put this retreat together, the Department of Planning and Research, especially the head of the department, Dr. Patterson Ogo, I want to say thank you for putting this whole retreat together. You did not only bring persons who are knowledgeable, you also provided a wherewithal for us to be comfortable. Is it the food? Is it the accommodation? We want to say thank you. For our secretariat, the team of persons that have been asked to put the communique together, and especially James Foley, the director in admin, who came out to read the resolution, I want to say, and the communique, I want to say thank you for a job well done. If you have not listened aptly, I don't think that we'll come out with such a beautiful result and resolution. So I want to say thank you. It's not yet over. I've been told that by 7 p.m. there's a gala night. So go back to your accommodation, rest a bit. Issues of family, personal issues of our family lives, and then create new friends if we have to, so that by the time we leave the environment of Owerri and go back to the headquarters, Port Harcourt, where, whether you like it or not, the stress of the work will come. We must have known and beat our chest that we had a beautiful time in Owerri and we have relaxed enough to go back to work so that 2026 will be a year of greater achievements. On that note, I say thank you, and for all of us, by the time we will leave tomorrow, I want to wish everybody safe journey back to our destinations. For those who came outside the headquarters, safe journey to your different destinations, and for those of us who will go back to Port Harcourt, say safe journey to all of us. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for the Executive Director of Finance and Administration of the NDDC, Alabo Honorable Boma AIA, Esquire, DSSRS. Distinguished Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of the NDDC, Executive Directors, here present, directors, esteemed facilitators, and valued participants. On behalf of the organizers, I thank you all for your active participation and engagement. And at this point, I'd like to respectfully ask that we be on our feet as we give the executive management a standing ovation for pulling off this very insightful and engaging 2026 NDDC Management Retreat. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to inform us that late lunch is served, and we will adhere to our established protocol for dining. Gala night will be by 7 p.m. here, and this session is hereby formally brought to a close. Thank you very much, and do have a good evening. I'd like to also inform us that departure back to our various destinations tomorrow morning is by 8 a.m. Please be informed. Please be informed that departure from Owerri tomorrow is by 8 a.m. Thank you. Lunch is served once again, and we will adhere to our established protocols for dining. We will be allowing the MDCO and executive directors to lead. Our resource persons will join them, and then every other person will be directed on how and when to go for lunch. Thank you.